o'clock, I think we will go ahead and get the study session underway, and I will turn it over to Ms. Driscoll or Mr. Scragg, whoever's going to be leading us off today.
I don't have a whole lot to add. I'll turn it over to Ms. Driscoll.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Marty Schuker, our consultant on the Live Salina Plan update, is back. We are on presentation 3 of 5. If you're wondering, 5, I could have swore it was 4, Lauren. That's okay, because that's what we originally said. But this is such an interesting topic with a lot of information to cover. We've actually added a study session date. So we will also be providing a study session on the 19th of April. That is a new date, 19th of April, for reviewing tools and techniques related to economic incentives associated with housing. And then the strategic program, or kind of the policy framework discussion, will be on May 10th. We did scooch that a week. We had originally scheduled it for the first Monday in May. So those are just some revised dates, and we'll talk about those again at the end, but I just wanted to get that right out there that we have added some dates and we've got a lot of material to cover. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Marty Schuker.
Thank you. Thank you, Lauren. Well, it's good to be with all of you this afternoon. And by the way, if it looks like I'm looking up in the sky, it's sort of adjustments because I've got 2 monitors and they're elevated above me, and that's where everything is. So forgive me for that. If I am actually looking at you, but it doesn't look like it. So anyway, it's good to be with you this afternoon. I think you'll find today's discussion really interesting. It's in 4 parts, and the first part will be a recap of some of the material that we covered last week, just to make sure that we have continuity. The second is a discussion of what new forms of housing are going to look like. And so, whereas during our last time together, we talked about numbers, we're going to talk a little bit about building types, and because they engender a level of risk that developers and builders who are used to building a certain thing are going to be somewhat adverse to or resistant to. And so those are things to think about. The third part deals with what does this all mean from a policy perspective for Salina? And then the fourth part, which will be a little bit of a lead-in into our next time together in a couple of weeks, is a bit of a policy agenda of things that a program for Salina will need to grapple with in order to be an effective direction to go. We're also, in the third part, going to be talking about some of the things that other cities have been doing and experiencing, and some common themes that emerge from that work. So, without further ado, we'll move into the presentation. So the first part of what we'll be talking about is just reviewing the numbers and directions from our last meeting. So if we could have the next slide, and then the next slide beyond that, that would be good. So if you remember, our major assumptions have been that we will be experiencing in Salina as a planning tool a annual growth rate of about 1/3%, between 1/3 of 30.3% to 0.4%. This is consistent with the average growth that we have experienced in Salina over the last 30 years. And a growth rate of that level in going forward is justified by the fact that we have a good number of existing jobs, according to the Chamber of Commerce, over 1,100 in the Salina market. So we've got demand for housing. Part of the underperformance is the result of not producing enough, and certainly not producing enough on the rental side. We are going to be experiencing significant added growth in employment. And have made assumptions that are conservative assumptions about how many of those can be translated into new households in Salina. And finally, remember that gross population is not the most accurate indicator of housing demand. Rather, households translate into into actual housing units. So, for example, if we have an aging population, we can actually have a decline in population, but an increase in the number of households because the number of people per household is declining. And so that creates a housing unit demand, even though it looks like the population isn't growing that fast. So again, it's important to keep in mind that when we talk about demand, we're talking about households and not just about the overall number of people. So next slide, please. When we projected future demand for housing, we assumed a continuation of the current vacancy rate, which we don't think is nearly as high as the American Community Survey tells us it is, but ACS generally will overestimate vacancy in the survey. But effectively, we're just taking that out of the equation. If we wanted to increase the vacancy rate, we would be showing more housing units than we are. It's pretty hard to tell people, well, you should build more so that we can have more vacant units. That's not a real attractive thing to a builder. So we just kind of take that out of the equation. We assume that a certain amount of housing is going to leave the market through demolitions and conversion to other uses. And as you remember, we are inflating the rental demand a bit over the next 5 years because of the new jobs that will be created to a 50-50 split. And then reverting back to a more normal in the community 60%, 40% split for the second 5 years of this projection period. Next slide, please. That when we project this out over the next 10 years, again, as you remember, we see a significant spike in demand over production that we've been experiencing, really because of the shortfall in production over the last 10 years and because of the new jobs that are being generated and hopefully will be housed in Salina. So we project from now until 2025 or within the next 5-year period about 173 unit per year need. We may not achieve that, but that's what we believe is needed, evenly split between owners and renters. And then that will drop down in the subsequent 5 years because we really can't project future employment growth to a more kind of steady state, 94 units per year, with about 60% or 56 of those being owner occupied and about 38 or 40% being rental units. And if you remember, we distributed these over the income strata based on the current distribution of income in Salina and assume that that distribution will be relatively the same. Again, there'll be variations, but it will be relatively constant in terms of distribution and percentages in different income brackets. You can see that of the 713 ownership or owner-occupied units that we're projecting a need for over the next 10 years, the biggest plurality of those will be under $225,000. Again, not meaning that we can produce those, but that's where a significant amount of the need is going to be. But there's an additional 420 to 430 units in the upper ranges right now. we have found in Salina and other communities that generally housing production has been in upper cost ranges. And so even though there's a demand for owner occupancy, the single family production has dropped despite this demand, really because you can't build single family housing very comfortably in the lower ranges of this hierarchy. Of the rental units, about a third will be in lower income ranges or lower cost ranges. This is kind of the province of public housing, of Section 8, of existing housing stock and so forth. But again, that need is there. But again, a significant number of units will be needed and are needed in the moderate and higher end ranges as well, dropping off as we get higher in the income categories. So that's what we have to work with. And if we could then move to the next slide. And that is, what is this housing going to look like? You know, we're used to, in American communities, a certain product. And that product has traditionally been for owner-occupied housing, the single-family detached home on a relatively large lot. And people are used to that. Builders are used to producing that kind of housing supply. And yet we're finding increasingly that the cost of producing that from a land, infrastructure, and even construction cost is too high for people who want that kind of housing or have traditionally thought about that kind of housing to be able to afford. So you know, it's interesting that in my city, which is Omaha, after World War II, this is really going back in time, but there were a number of housing units that were built for returnees, people, veterans of young veterans as well, who are starting families and creating kids like me, who are baby boomers, and they wanted to buy houses. So the houses that they were buying and getting financing for could be as small as in several subdivisions here, 690 square feet, because that was your piece of the pie. Very few people in current times would settle for a 690 square foot house. That's increasing a little bit now too, except they're being called tiny houses. Back then, they were houses that you raised a family in. So, the sort of expectation has changed a good deal, and there's a price to be paid for that. So we're finding, and you have found this in Salina, that the new production of houses that meet what builders and developers think is the market for owner-occupied housing are increasingly over $300,000, and people who are entering the market or looking for starter homes just simply can't afford that. So there are other, and we see that from the numbers as well. So there's certain different kinds of products that are being built that have relevance to our housing problems in Salina and to housing problems around the country. It also is really interesting how this concept of what's become called missing middle is relevant. And I've never seen a period of time when the issue of affordable housing and the availability of affordable housing is so universal. It's something that just happens pretty much everywhere and is an enormous topic for conversation. So first of all, I wanted to do a little bit of definition of terms. So when we look at how the demand in Salina, and keep in mind that these are kind of our original projections and based on construction costs, our experience, on the savings that alternative forms generate, is somewhat original work, but we're going to define housing in different categories in terms of what these numbers mean in terms of physical development. So conventional single family are what we're used to. The single family house not connected to another single family house on lots that will typically range from 7 to 10,000 square feet, and usually closer to 10,000 than to 7,000. The next category up is what we would refer to as small lot single family. So these are still single family detached houses, but they're on significantly smaller lots. So they may be in some cases as small as 4,000 square feet, up to 5,000 and 6,000 square feet. Still detached, but on smaller lots, basically achieving some savings by efficiency of infrastructure, lower per unit land and capital improvement costs that when you factor those into the cost of financing can get to be pretty significant. And you see a couple of examples of this kind of housing form. So so those would be along the top row, the second and third photographs in. The second one is a new small project along Florida Drive in Fayetteville, Arkansas. So a college town. The one in the middle is a project that we did in the 1980s in Omaha called Townview Terrace. It's on the edge of downtown. All of which are small lot, single family detached units. Then we move into what I call single family detached, but what could also be called, I guess, by some duplexes. They look like single family houses, but they have common walls. And they can be either rental units or owner occupied units or some combination of the two. So an interesting way of delivering housing is single family attached with an owner owning the building, but living in one side of the attached unit and renting out the other one to help pay the mortgage, which is not a bad way to do it. We then move into low density townhomes. So these also have a single family character, but yards, a little bit lower density, generally in like an 8 to 12 unit per acre range. Higher density townhomes, which are much more urban. And then finally, multifamily, which can be either the apartments that we're used to or some new and interesting multifamily forms that I'll talk to you about a little bit later. And by the way, if I can get rolling here, so if any of you have questions as we go through the presentation or the discussion, please feel free to ask or comment. Don't we're seeking solutions together here. So it's okay. So the next slide is this is where we're getting original. So we have taken the various price points of housing that we project are needed in Salina over the next 10 years, and then broken those down into the categories of building, referring back to what we just discussed, that will account for the splits in providing that kind of housing. So we are saying, for example, that if you look across the top row, that when we're in the under $225,000 range, it is going to be pretty much impossible to be able to serve that market with conventional single family development. It just can't be done unless there's some significant things that change. So our best guess, and keep in mind that is that 40% of that market can be met by small lot single family that achieves a certain economy of scale and economy of infrastructure and public services because of it, and land because of its density. That another 40% will require some form of attached housing, either single family attached or low density townhomes. And another 20% will be in something like a condominium or a higher density townhome setting. Very few people, interestingly enough, in this kind of lower demand range, are going to be tolerant of condominiums. They will not necessarily see the value of that unit increasing to the degree and to compensate for the amount of their net worth that they're investing in housing. So these are mostly townhouses, and you can see that we discount the amount of higher density development that can actually meet the demand of this more moderate cost housing. So then we move up the scale to the degree that when we get above $400,000, most buyers are going to expect that to be in conventional single family, but not everyone. A certain number will be small lot single family, largely seniors or older, let's be more polite, let's say older adults. We seniors are sort of sensitive to that sometimes. And in other kinds of housing settings. So, but we adjust that for market. So if we were doing this kind of an analysis in, say, Los Angeles or San Francisco, the numbers would be very different from that, because single family conventional housing just isn't produced in many of those places. Same thing with rentals, but it's a little bit different in that lower cost rentals, that is under $1,000, are generally going to be found in higher density settings, and then the higher cost rentals are going to be in lower density settings. So it's a little bit different. It's a little bit different distribution. So there's a certain method here behind the madness in terms of how people behave and what types of demands for various forms of housing we've observed over time. And then typically in something like a comprehensive plan setting, we'll take this and use these not only to project housing demand, but also to get some idea of how much land is needed to accommodate housing needs. Here we're mostly worried about production and products. So if we go to the next slide, you'll see what this means in terms of overall housing needs. When we distribute our demand over these price ranges and building types, we are suggesting that over the next 10 years, and this is very different from the production that we've been experiencing, we'll need about a couple hundred conventional single family houses, which is let's see, what would it would be about 25% or so of the even less than that of the overall housing unit demand. About 360 units that will be some form of single family development, but it'll be on either smaller lots or in attached housing forms. Another 394 units in single family attached and low density townhomes. So, and then about 384 in higher density settings. So of the units that we project we will need over the next 10 years, you can see that about 750 of those units fit within those quote missing middle categories, which are exactly in the middle columns of this of this table. So are we right or wrong? I don't know, because we're plowing new ground and seeing transitions in the kinds of demands that that, number one, people can afford to have, and to some degree that people want. But these are products that we're really not producing. It's where the majority of our housing need, we think, is going to be in order to meet the both preferences and financial capabilities of our markets. So there's a mouthful there, and I think it's probably not a bad idea to stop for questions, if there are any. If not, I will plow forward.
Marty, this is Commissioner Hoppick, and before we go too much further, I want to let staff know we're missing part of these pages.
Yeah, every other page.
Every other page we're missing, so if we could ask staff to get those to us in the future. So,
I'm glad, thank you for mentioning that, because I was wondering if it was just me
No.
and flipping through. Thank you.
and
Thanks
so,
for
yeah,
that.
some of those pages are significant
Yeah,
to review.
definitely.
Yeah.
And this may be a question for staff or for Marty, but as we talk about the size of properties, and you mentioned small homes, which I'm not sure I'm 100% for those, but there is some validity in some of that. And also when we look at small lot development, Lauren, we would need to have some variances to our codes to make that happen. Would that be correct?
In some situations, not all. I mean, we have some older lots in town that are smaller. Maybe for some, if we were doing completely new development, we may have to check into that.
Because we have codes that limit that require a certain amount of space between units. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
I mean, there are times that we can do a development like a PDD if we're going to do a large new subdivision, and we could address setbacks for certain product types in there possibly. But if we wanted to do a code amendment, that's also another option.
Okay.
One is on a case-by-case basis. One would be an alternate for a much broader number of cases.
Okay. Okay. I just wanted to, as we move forward, we look at some different products. I think we may have some codes that we're going to have to address at the same time. So.
I'd like to chime in on that on a couple of things. I think as we address this issue, we do have to be open towards changing our codes to where we're able to build the kinds of structures that are affordable. And I just think, our zoning codes probably are still based on, 1950s planning, planning procedure. And I'm not sure we ought to not revisit that in general and try to make things a little friendlier for developing some of these alternatives. The other thing I would comment is if you talk about a conventional lot of 7,000 to 10,000 square feet, I don't think we've had a 10,000 square foot lot subdivided in Salina in the last 20 years. They're almost uniformly larger than that, at least not single family. So that's a pretty far reach compared to the way we have been doing business. And I'm just saying that's a game changer if we're going to be talking about that.
Mm-hmm.
And I do have a question. I'm not sure if it's for Marty or if it's for staff, but do we have any sense when the census numbers are going to be available to us? Because I know that Marty expressed some concern about relying on the American Communities Survey data for, I think it was for vacancy rates, but I didn't know if there was any sense of when those numbers are all going to be finalized so that we know what.
The first numbers that come out are basically total population, because that's what's used for congressional apportionment, and then the other tables, the other information kind of dribbles out. So by 2022, we'll have full information. As full as we're going to get. Later in the year, we'll have population and maybe a few other variables. But but again, the census's primary utilitarian function, as opposed to people who do research, is overall population, because that has political implications.
Gotcha. And then I don't know if any of the other commissioners saw this, but there was an article in the paper, I think it was last week, that indicated that our population is significantly older proportionately. We have a higher percentage of seniors. And would this still align with the recommendations that you've given us in terms of different kinds of housing products?
Totally.
Okay.
And the problem that we face, and we'll get to this when we talk about the problems, is that when we're building primarily single family detached and primarily large lot, we're not building what a younger household needs. So they're not coming here. So keep in mind that these numbers are potentials, but they're not prophecies. That they're based on having this type of housing available. There's another interesting issue too, and keep in mind that everything is based on projecting a perfect match between people's incomes and the kind of house they choose to live in. A lot of people will live in houses that are a real stretch for them. That people will live in a house or incur housing costs that are 35, 40, 45% of their adjusted gross income, and they can afford that as long as nothing goes wrong. But it's a leverage. The mortgage crisis of 2008 was caused by the willingness of mortgage lenders and the entire mortgage market to leverage people too heavily. That is to, sell them and make mortgages they really couldn't afford. So when things blew up, they blew up really badly.
Yeah, Marty, I do appreciate your comments about the number of individuals per household and housing units. I think former commissions have been hung up a little bit on the population growth. Mm-hmm. And I've said for years that, it's that I believe the dynamics of the house have changed and we have less individuals per household. Therefore, we've needed increasing number of units. And so I think that does make a lot of sense. We need to look at the housing units needed and not solely at population.
Right.
As a point of clarification, our current zoning code for the R1 zoning district imposes a minimum lot size of 6,000 square feet, minimum width of 60 feet, and a minimum depth of 100 feet. That doesn't mean that we've had development at that size, but the code currently allows for that.
I'd suggest the last development at that size was about 1943.
Yeah, but what's old is new again is kind of the problem.
So Marty, real quick, just to also add, I was thinking about something Commissioner Franz said about, this would be a completely new way for us to think about things. I don't know if it's anarchy or completely flipping the tables, but it would definitely be different. But I mean, the fact of the amount of housing that we are trying to get created in the next 5 years, it is a table flipper. I mean, it's a lot. And I mean, if I summarize 2018 through 2020, single family attached duplexes and new building permits under commercial, and that's being very, very generous because I don't have any new multifamily in that time. I have some that probably fall under the renovation category. We're at 200 units. And realistically, if we stick just to duplexes, single family and single family attached, it's only 143, and that's an average between those 3 years. It's not the kind of rate that we're talking about and the amount of space. Yeah. So we may need to definitely look at things differently.
My reality test is, just in terms of these numbers, is we often think about a really vital non-metropolitan community or even metropolitan community as having an annual growth rate in the range of 1%. That's kind of an aspirational growth rate. And my rule of thumb in my head, and it's almost always right, not that everything in my head is right, but this is that a 1% growth rate equates to approximately 50 units per 10,000 people. So, so 1%. So keep in mind that we have taken a 0.36% growth, historical growth rate for Salina, then added the new employment into that. That if you were growing at 1%, the sort of standard rule of thumb, that would be about 250 units a year for a city of Salina's size. And we're projecting for the next 5 years about 170. So it's a higher growth rate than you've had, but the employment bubble that you are possibly experiencing can support that, at least in our opinion. The problem, again, is that this is a possibility and not a prophecy, in that people can choose to live in other places or might like to live in Salina, which has many features to attract them, simply can't find a place to live, and so wind up in surrounding towns or even even a greater commuter distance. So people will commute 50 miles to a job, because 50 miles on I-135 or on I-70 is, depending on how fast you drive, not that long a commute. So there's a real regional aspect here as well, and we think it's beneficial to Salina and to the people who want to live in Salina to be able to capture as much of that market as they can. Okay, great. So let's move on to some pictures here. So what does some of this stuff look like that we suggest there's a demand for? We'll start with small lot single family. So we talked a little bit about the Florida Way project, which is on the south side of Fayetteville and near the University of Arkansas's research campus. It's a very tight, nice, successful little development, and it generates a density of about 8 units per acre. So what that means is that these houses are built on about 4,500 square foot lots, something on that order, and they have rear loaded garages. So the garage is incorporated into the body of the house, and they're accessed from behind. Towns at Little Italy, which you'll see in a couple of places, is a single family attached development, but owner occupied. And it generates about 16 units per acre. So it's very high density housing, as high as an apartment project, but it looks like it's single family units. The development below, which is in Bloomington, Indiana, and I don't know the name of it. I've seen it and photographed it, but that is about 5 units per acre, which means here we're talking about, you factor in a certain amount of area for streets and sidewalks and so forth. So these are about 7,000 square foot lots. Townview Terrace in Omaha are about 5,000 square foot lots, but it has a lot of open space, pretty big yards, and a street on a hillside. So its gross density, as if you drew a rectangle around it and counted the number of units in it, is about 5 units per acre. Generally, when we think about small lot single family, we're thinking about areas that achieve a gross density that is, if you include streets and so forth, of about 5 units per acre. It's kind of in that range. Conventional single family development in our kind of average experience is something on the order of 2.3 to 2.5 units per acre. So it's about twice that density. This project along the major Central City Trail in Bloomington, Indiana is really interesting development. So these actually face a trail that faces a street, and these are in the range of about 8 units per acre. So they all are single-family detached or semi-detached, but all achieve pretty high densities. And although some of them are pretty expensive, that's usually a function more of interior finishes than size or per unit cost of infrastructure. So let's go to the next level. So this is the Towns of Little Italy project that I was describing to you. That's a single family looking project with attached to the garages. So those are garages between the separated units. These are typically about 1,500 square feet. But you can see that the site plan is very dense. So they've got an alley between the units, and on what is effectively a block, city block depth, it's got a central alley and then another bisected alley. So the lots are very shallow, but it's a lovely project, and it's been an enormous success. And it's a model that could be replicated in many smaller cities and even in rural areas. Interesting. It's an interesting project. And a funny thing is that the alleys are sort of more interesting than the front yards are. People have gardens and they sort of have over the back fence socialization like we used to have growing up in the 1950s. Okay, next slide. This was a place that we just did a housing study for, and it's a suburb of Dubuque called Asbury, Iowa. And Asbury is adjacent to Dubuque. It's effectively, although it's a separate municipality, it's basically a metropolitan area neighborhood. And the most popular product in Asbury, which is a place that, again, up until now had been building primarily upper cost housing, and wondering why their housing production had dropped from about 80 units pre-2010 to about 30 units now. Again, the reason or the explanation that we think is happening is that they're only building for the higher end slice of the market. But the most popular product has been this. So these are duplexes or single family attached units where a buyer is buying the unit for, say, $500,000 and then renting out half of it, living in half, renting out half to essentially pay the mortgage on it. And so these are less dense than even the small lot single family development because of their pretty suburban scale. But it's an interesting concept. Actually, interestingly enough, McPherson has been building some of these as well with manufactured units, and you might have seen these. So another approach to attached housing is this sort of combination of owner-occupied and renter-occupied units. But in a lot of cases, these require some relaxation of zoning codes, and that's something to consider. And you'll see that a number of communities that we'll be talking about have been looking or changing these their zoning regulations. So it's very appropriate that subject just came up in our last segment. Next slide. Townhomes. So now we're looking at true attached units. And a couple of examples that I've pulled out of my hat here. We've got tons of them. The project on the upper side is a semi-brownfield project that we master planned in Des Moines, Iowa, near downtown, called Gray Station. And this is a really cool project. It's under construction. These are all of course, renderings of buildings that are underway but are not totally done. And as a gross project, this project, which includes townhouses like the ones on the left, which are lower density townhouses, higher density townhouses, and some multifamily, all developed along a greenway system, achieve something on the order of 20 units per acre. So they're really denser than anything we're talking about for Salina, but examples of what this kind of housing would look like. The Huron Avenue example has some personal interest because it's where my daughter lives in Los Angeles. And these are very interesting because they are transverse townhouses. So it's a little project of 3 buildings with 5 units in each building. And subgrade parking, half level below grade. One of the fortuitous things I think was totally unintended is that this area where the parking is has garages that are individual to each unit, but about a 30-foot common area that's 150 feet long. And so this place is now full of kids. They're little kids and like my twin grandsons who are about to turn 5 years old, who ride their bikes and trikes and scooters and bang into walls and play baseball in the parking garage because nobody is there. It's just it's a secure environment that's gated. So if a driver comes in, one of the residents comes in, who are the only people who have access to it, the garage door opens very slowly and they get out of the way. So they've got a built-in indoor space. So I've gotten to be very high on this kind of housing solution because it seems so well suited to families looking for affordability. And in Los Angeles, that's that is affordable housing is advisory. Affordable housing is $800,000 in Los Angeles. And then a new project in Council Bluffs across the river from our office is on the site of a former amusement park called River's Edge. It used to be called Playland Park. And these are more kind of residential looking townhomes that are in some ways a little bit more conventional in terms of their of their appearance. So again, significant savings is achieved by common walls and construction scale and not repeating insulation and so forth and so on. In some markets, that savings is estimated at as high as $50,000 or $60,000 per unit. That would not port over to our market because construction costs are high in those places. But it's a significant savings in terms of their construction economies. So next slide. Oh yeah, this is a brand new project in Omaha that I just photographed over the weekend that I thought you might find interesting. And these are new buildings. They're not. It's new construction, but it's in a very urban neighborhood, so it's designed to look like very traditional townhomes. Brand new project. Again, 3 levels with parking on a lower level below. But a really lovely project, I think. And these are in the range of high 200s to 300s. So next slide. So it's a lead in into this in terms of looking at multifamily, which I think is something that we really need to consider. That sometimes new housing looks like old housing. And in the 1920s and then again in the 1950s and 1960s, residential multifamily was not necessarily built in giant complexes, but they were built in small buildings and in small components. And so, not everybody was taking out multi-million-dollar loans to build even 50 or 75 or 100 unit developments. They were building these very nice and kind of high value buildings in fourplex or eightplex configurations. And now I'm going to show you a project that's doing exactly this with new construction. And it may be something to think about, not necessarily on this scale, but this is a project that's under construction. The first phase of it has been developed in Omaha. And again, we can learn applications for smaller cities from bigger cities. This is a project called Bungalows at Prairie Queen. It's a suburban project. It will generate a density of about 23 units per acre. And you can see from the first phase, some of these are my own photographs and some of them are from the developer's slideshow that, or PowerPoint presentation, excuse me for dating myself there. No, but we still talk about slide decks, so, and dialing somebody up. So, so there you go. But you can see that these are small, these are all multifamily rental buildings, but they're small in scale and needn't all be built at once or even necessarily by the same person. So, so the scale along the street feels very residential. They've been very well received in the market. And one of the reasons they've been very well received has to do in a way, oddly enough, with the pandemic. And that is because this particular project advertises not having any hallways. It's all based on entryways, as these older houses also, or older multifamily buildings also were developed. So very interesting, unusual project, but in a way it's sort of a back to the future kind of development. You can see it's also developed along a really nice lake that's a flood control reservoir. So next slide. A couple more views of the variation in architecture, and some of it's better. Some of the architecture I like better than other buildings, but it's really interesting stuff and designed to look like a neighborhood. Next slide. And along the entrance street to it, there are some much more urban looking buildings that look more like Main Street buildings. And interesting thing about these is these have convertible street levels that could be commercial if the demand existed, but right now are primarily residential. So there are convertible, probably studio or limited number of bedroom units. So those, if you, I don't have access to a pointer, but those exist along that kind of through street over on the left of the map. But you can see the footprint of the planned buildings that are in some cases very small, 70 by 60 or 70 by 70, but creating a really very different and very attractive kind of apartment environment that I think is ultimately a lot more compatible with single family neighborhoods than we usually experience with apartment projects. Okay, next slide. So, good place to stop for air. And do you have any questions about our reactions to any of those?
Question for Ms. Driscoll to the zoning or the and the density issues on all these different housings you've shown us. Are there any things in our codes that wouldn't accommodate any of those examples we've seen? Are we address them with a PDD?
I guess at this point, with the amount of work that we're trying to do and the amount of units, whatever you guys want to do, we'll make the code work to do. We may have to do some code updates. But I guess in the scheme of things, it's probably the least of my concern. If we have to create a new district to get to smaller lots, we could. I think some of these that are conjoined, but they're on individualized lots, and without knowing how those subdivisions are divided for some of those uniquer products, I can't necessarily answer that, but I think if we can't use our arsenal of zoning code right now, we could find something to accommodate these. think if-
I often, as a former planning director, I often tell clients that that zoning ordinances were not brought down by Moses from Mount Sinai. That they were there's and I guess that's appropriate to the season too, but they're not they can be altered and changed to, and as you'll see in a minute, a lot of communities are doing just that, to try to change ordinances to correspond to what's actually needed in the market. And there's really a bit of a revolution going on in terms of different forms of zoning and even some cities that are going so far as to eliminate single-use, single-family residential districts, which is interesting. I am not of a single mind about the wisdom of that, but it's being done in places, and we'll see that in a minute.
This is Commissioner Hoppick here, and this may be actually a question for Ms. Tasker, but if we were to look at doing some infill and properties that were, areas that were originally single family, and you were to do higher density construction, do we have an issue with size of water lines, sewer lines, that type of thing?
I don't know if Ms. Tasker's on the line, but we have existing infrastructure in place. We've been, upgrading as needed. And one of the points I was going to make, we've talked a lot about density, but what we haven't talked about is the efficiency of infrastructure.
Yeah.
And so whether it's an undeveloped site that needs new infrastructure or whether it's a location that might take an infrastructure upgrade, that density certainly helps in terms of the cost effectiveness of both the development cost, the city's upfront investment, maintenance cost, and then if we start talking about special assessments or other type of financing tools, that density carries with it a lot of.
Yeah, because obviously to keep the cost down, if you were doing some redevelopment, if there was not the need for infrastructure upgrades, that helps with the cost because that has to be passed on. So
Correct.
That was just
I do think Martha is on. Martha?
I am on, but I was trying to listen to the question and I had it turned down so low. I don't know if I got the whole question, but I heard my name and that caught my attention.
good. Well, at least you're half awake anyway. So this is Commissioner Hoppick. My question was, if we were looking to do some infill development and some of the area we were looking at was originally single family, and if we were doing multifamily or higher density, would the current water sewer systems, the infrastructure be able to handle that, or is that a case-by-case review?
Well, I think there'd be some case by case depending upon, the multifamily and what fire protection we had available due to a lot of those old 6-inch lines and what the demand might be for fire protection. So we'd have to look at that for apartment complex or multifamily to make sure we met that need. And then on the wastewater side, typically the sewer line is fine, but in certain areas, we have wastewater that's pumped 1, 2, 3, 4 times, and we'd have to double check the capacity of our lift stations, to look at the additional capacity to make sure that we don't tax that system along the way. Because if up north, we have several lift stations that pump one in series with each other to make it to the treatment plant. So there could be some concerns. I'd say case by case would be the best answer.
Okay, thank you.
That's a long answer, but.
Commissioner Franz, that's kind of a segue into my question. I'm looking at the layout here of the bungalows at Prairie Queen and Papillon, and the question occurred to me is, what was the infrastructure in place underneath and within that? And, for example, the streets, it's hard to know what the scale is here, but are these typical, 24-foot wide streets? Is that what we typically put in?
Yes.
Or has that also been adapted to perhaps be a one-way street that's 18 feet wide, which of course would reduce the cost.
Yeah, these are conventional streets,
Okay.
but they do have alleys too. So they're not overly wide. Generally, in the Omaha area, our typical local street is 25 feet. So
Okay.
Yeah. And by the way, this is another one of those places that pronounces their name wrong. That so you pronounced it properly as it would be pronounced in France, but they pronounce it papillion as in pavilion. So
Yeah, it's Nebraska. What can I say?
True.
So, Marty, these are new housing products to our market. We haven't, it's new to developers. Any
Exactly.
comments on kind of absorption of these housing products in general and kind of in light of our high demand at the moment?
Everything that I'm showing you has been successful, but it's risky, and that gets into our next segments.
Could I follow up? I was trying to word, this is Commissioner Davis, trying to word a question that was similar to that. But, if you're building or planning for a college community, where you're going to have people who are waiting later before they have kids, they're professional, at most they're 2 people in their household, where they can use a smaller unit with more common space. They don't need the big, ranch house with spaces for horses and dogs. Do you plan differently than you would for a solid blue-collar community? And if so, do you find that people just basically absorb the product you have? Or are people holding out saying, well, no, I'm going to wait 4 years until they build the house that I'm looking for?
My first thought is, I don't even know where you're gonna hang out and wait out until the house is built in 4 years.
Yeah, right.
But would you plan differently for a city, let's say Iowa City versus Salina? Iowa City where it's academic. Just from when I've been up there visiting, there are a lot of smaller townhouse developments, similar to some that you've shown here.
Yeah.
Some have families, some are just 1 or 2 people living in them, but they were all occupied.
Yeah, I know Iowa City quite well, and the answer is yes, to a degree. They would. There's a project in Iowa City that you might have seen called the Peninsula. It's a walkable new urbanist community. It mixes housing types. It does have some bigger houses, but a lot of smaller houses. And it's a very good project. It's very popular, and it's very separated from everything else. To a degree, the preferences are different, and you have, well, there's not an architecture school in Iowa City, but on the other hand, there are demands for apartments. There are single-family neighborhoods that are being built, and so the answer really is kind of yes and no. It's a city like Iowa City or Ames has a certain segmented market that's more experimental, but also housing that's built for what we would consider a more conventional market. And the point being that every housing form that is different and appropriate for different people, and there are a lot of different preferences. And a successful housing market is building across a range of preferences, and not just for one. Shall we say, if we were using biological terms, monoculture, building the same thing over and over again.
Right, because I've often heard that there's no market for certain types of housing here, and my response is, of course, there's no market for it because nobody's built it. How do you? I mean, you can't have a market for something that doesn't exist.
Yeah.
And so my question is, will people absorb what the market produces? Maybe we got the cart in front of the horse here.
And that's where the risk is. That's absolutely great point, and that gets into our next segment a little bit, or our next two segments. So part three is what are some other, not I know you're a little tight, you'll get a little bit tight on time, and I could easily blow through until 5 o'clock. You don't want to do that. But part three, what are other places doing? So I've got a sample of places to show you that again are sometimes bigger places, maybe in a couple of, but still useful to learn from. Grand Rapids, Michigan is a place that Lauren knows very well. And being from that area and having gone to school in the city, and they're doing some interesting stuff. Grand Rapids had up until a few years ago, a pretty conventional community development program that was primarily CDBG funded and a rather productive one. And then since about 2018 have converted into and this is partially the result of a declining community development block grant entitlement and the instability of those funds, developed a more locally funded affordable housing fund. So this is a fund capitalized by a variety of sources that's used for financing for nonprofits and for the housing authority and for specific kinds of development. The fund is capitalized by, as you can see on the slide, city appropriations that are related to tax growth. So it's sort of a little bit of a tax increment tinge to it, that our property values are increasing naturally. So we will take a certain amount of that growth and invest it back into housing. Not a bad idea, and a pretty interesting way of rationalizing that. It's a 501c3, so it gets private contributions. It gets occasionally general operating fund allocation, and they have a service fee on rental property because they have an inspection program, and they can direct a certain amount of those service fees into the affordable housing fund. It's pretty new, so we don't have a lot of data on what it's produced yet, but it's been created. One of the things that Grand Rapids has developed in recent years is a fairly significant overhaul of its zoning ordinances. So they have looked at things that have generally impeded missing middle housing, side yard requirements, the things that prohibitions against auxiliary dwelling units on a single lot, all of those kinds of issues, and over the last few years have changed those. So their website goes into a good deal of review of past accomplishments. And one of the things that I found most interesting about it is all of the various zoning reforms and changes that they've gone through in order to create an environment that's more friendly to building at higher densities and with more efficient lots. So worth taking a look at, and one significant approach to housing issues. Next slide, please. Lincoln. Lincoln is a project. Lincoln is in interesting phase as well. Lincoln, Nebraska has now grown to be a city of over 250,000 people. I, as a native Omahan, have always seen it as being a little city, but it's not so much anymore. And although it has a major college community, unlike Iowa City for sure, or Ames, the college community is a relatively small percentage of the overall housing demand in the city. That it's of a scale that student and faculty and staff housing is important, but it's not as important as it would be in a college town of 30 or 40,000 people. So, but Lincoln has, again, an affordable housing problem. We just completed a major study that's a housing action plan to quantify their issues and provide a way to move forward. So they are now have completed the organizational study of establishing what will be called the Lincoln Affordable and Workforce Housing Consortium, and hopefully it'll wind up with a little bit snazzier name than that. Their goal is to produce 5,000 affordable units over 10 years. That's a very ambitious goal. And with a lot of conversation, they have targeted rental housing at 40 to 80% of average median income, ownership at 80 to 120% of average median income, which are pretty much the areas that we are probably looking at too in Salina. Their focus is going to be on funding gaps. And so they've calculated those at, as you can see, for a $200,000 owner-occupied unit, about $20,000. For rental units, something on the order of $5,000 to $25,000 per unit. They're looking at, and this is kind of interesting, they're looking at the work of this consortium, which would involve pooling lending resources into both direct loans, probably through a community development finance institution, a CDFI, and through a pipeline, providing gap financing for projects that are developing. So one of these is more oriented toward direct loans to home buyers. The other to organizations to provide gap fillers to make, and even private developers to make the financing affordable. And so they are now in the process of capitalizing the consortium, and are in the process, which I don't think they'll have very much trouble achieving, of a capitalization of $10 million to begin with. So that's where Lincoln is going. They have done some zoning revisions, but they're putting together a financing program that will address both resident needs, owner occupancy needs, and filling gaps in the pipeline to make ongoing projects feasible. Next slide. I also like that picture of a townhouse project connected to a parking garage. I think we have talked about this kind of stuff, and I've never seen one built until I was in Lincoln a couple of years ago and saw this one. It's pretty interesting project. Omaha. So Omaha has a pretty extensive incentive structure. It uses, for most rental and ownership projects in the central city that are infill projects, TIF, and makes pretty liberal use of that. In Nebraska, you can use TIF for rehabilitation, for public improvements, for land acquisition, for a variety of different kinds of things. It's probably not legal to use it for new construction directly. So in fashioning TIF deals in Omaha, they've always been related to things that are clearly eligible uses. TIF was approved in Nebraska through a constitutional amendment in 1980. And then a few years later, we were able to get through, this is now in my era in the city, able to get through rehabilitation added as a clear permitted use of TIF funds. In redevelopment areas, Omaha makes extensive use of blended mortgages. So it uses home and CDBG and any other kind of thing that can be scrapped together that will subsidize mortgages. So In a lot of cases, these will be a first mortgage that is privately initiated, and then a subordinated second mortgage to reduce the debt service on the house. And here we've made pretty extensive use of that tool and tailored to the needs of an individual household. We have a fleet of community development corporations that are nonprofits that have worked in Central City and redevelopment areas. So Omaha has really built very little direct housing itself and has worked through CDCs and increasingly private developers. We have had over the years a lenders consortium, and that lenders consortium has evolved a bit. It started out as a financer, a provider of construction or interim financing to nonprofit organizations. Now it's transferred more into direct loans and mortgages to, as well as advisory assistance to homeowners who are not necessarily bankable under conventional standards. So in a way, the Lincoln Consortium is a combination of these various histories that Omaha 100 has been gone through. The name of Omaha 100 was initiated by a goal of developing 100 units of affordable housing per year, 100 houses, affordable houses per year. And I had the interesting experience in the consortium's early history of missing a meeting and being elected chairman of the board of that, which says don't miss meetings. So we have had in Omaha significant philanthropic support as well. So the charitable the charitable community has been involved in housing equity financing and housing development. So the project that you see in the upper photograph are single family houses on small lots developed by a nonprofit, CDC. Below is a project on the site of a former public housing project that was financed largely through the assistance of the Sherwood Foundation, which is Susie Buffett's foundation, heavily involved in community development. So it's a pretty unusual financing mechanism, but it shows what philanthropy can do. Finally, we have a device in suburban districts or suburban areas called sanitary and improvement districts, which allow developers outside of the city limits to form a general obligation bonding district to finance bonds for infrastructure. And it's been very effective at building suburban development, and but it's got some significant public costs, high soft costs, a good deal of debt, and in theory, if people didn't make quite so much money from them, they're an interesting technique to use, but could be something to think about as a way of financing infrastructure in development areas. However, they should not be exclusive to areas outside the city limits. That's not a very healthy thing. Next slide. Minneapolis. Minneapolis is one of those places that has now outlawed or repealed single-family only zoning. Minneapolis has become famous for establishing mandatory requirements to include affordable housing in new rental projects. So developers of a certain size project are required to provide 8% of their units available to people who are below 60% of the AMI, or 4% to if 30% of the units are available to people at 30% or less of the AMI, very low income people. So it's got that these programs have gotten a lot of notoriety again, they're pretty new, so it remains to be seen how effective they are at scale. They also have a pretty substantial program to keep affordable housing affordable. So they provide property tax abatements for an agreement by the owner of a property to keep units affordable to people at lower than 60% of the average median income for 10 years, and significant number of incentives for financing energy retrofits. It's called the 4D program. So, it's interesting stuff. It relates to both new construction rentals by requiring the private market to do something. It probably is most applicable for a pretty hot real estate development market like Minneapolis's. So these are different faces of what different places are doing to try to address various perceived or their opinion of what their specific priorities are. And there are some interesting things that I think we'll be able to pick and choose from some of these models. Okay, next slide. I think, yes, okay, Lauren, give me a rest here.
Yeah. Well, I think with all these different examples, Mike wanted to have an opportunity to just highlight some of the things that are going on behind the scenes. In addition to updating the plan, one of the things the commission asked us was, what are we doing? If projects are coming forward, make sure you're prepping those and bringing those to us. So at this time, we have 5 developers with projects at varying levels of readiness. 2 of those have indicated that they plan on having finalized numbers and would like to bring a project forward by the end of April. Staff is also working on a mapping project via GIS in response to, well, you had in your packet, I'm hoping it turned out copy-wise, you should have had 2 maps in there related to just overall lot vacancies in the city right now. So those could be small lots, large lots, it doesn't matter. And then we're also working through a GIS exercise, trying to kind of understand properties within the community that are usable and optimal for housing development. Some of those may be bigger lots, are they close to utilities, different types of infrastructure, and what is the accessibility, good roads, how do they connect to other parts in the community, how do they work within the comp plan, those types of things. And as we go forward, kind of framing the housing policy component of things, geography is one way to prioritize projects. So if there are certain areas in the community that we're recognizing have the attributes that are ready and kind of raring to go for development, this would provide the information for the commission to at least have that in their thought process and decide how they want to prioritize that. And we've got that kind of synced up to work with as Marty's wrapping up his update of the Live Salina plan and starting to create that policy framework.
So let's charge into the exciting conclusion of today's presentation. Yes, sir. So implications and directions as we now begin to think about the future. So if we could have the next slide. So there's some general themes here that we are observing, and I'm going to, as probably some of you know, we're also doing a statewide housing assessment for the state of Kansas. So we've been talking with, it's at the very beginning of the process, but there's some things that are already beginning to pop up. And we do a good deal of housing planning throughout the state as well. So general themes that are emerging is that producing affordable and workforce housing is universal. It's universal across the country, and we're seeing it. We're seeing it in the mayor's election in Omaha. We're seeing it in the infrastructure bill that's being introduced by the federal administration. It's universal. Very few people think that they've got this problem solved, and probably very few people are going to solve it. Most non-metropolitan Kansas cities are using incentive programs to develop housing. Generally, people are reporting that if there's not an incentive, it just isn't getting built. The most common programs are RHIDs and NRP incentives, which, as you know, are basically tax-driven. And we saw from last month's presentation that taxes and tax-driven incentives can be very powerful in terms of filling the gap. In most, this is an interesting one. And really quite critical. In most of our clients, in addition to economics and the cost of construction, the single most commonly mentioned word is risk. And the most commonly mentioned prescription is risk sharing. That is some sort of cooperation between public and private sectors to try to abate risk. It's interesting that risk takes on a number of different forms, not the least of which are uncertainties in the approval process. So this is particularly true in the Kansas City metro area, where, and excuse me for a second, because my wallet just fell out of my pocket and I don't want to forget that I lost it. So a developer can go through a lot of hoops, can develop a scheme, put all the numbers and costs together, get to the approval process, and then get their project denied, and that money is all down the tube. Very, and this is a particularly important issue when we think about higher density projects, because there's a lot of opposition to those by people who are established homeowners, and it adds a develop of unpredictability that is a significant disincentive to developers. Concerns about the market in general, that people are being asked to build for market sectors that they're not very confident about, and this is kind of the reason for introducing the stuff that we talked about in part 2 of the presentation, exploring unfamiliar forms of development. So we have a lot of people who have a lot of expertise in building very high quality single family detached houses on relatively large lots. They don't have very much experience with all these weird things that we're talking about today. The townhouses, the attached development, and the small lot single family, they're not proven commodities to them because they haven't been built in the past. And so very understandably, particularly when we think that we're not talking about large businesses, but rather we're talking about developers who are really small business people, it's a risky element. So 2 fundamental program priorities emerge. Number 1, how to make the numbers work. That's the gap. 2, how to share or reduce that risk to the things that people, will generally think are needed, but they don't see how a clear way by which they can meet that need. Another interesting thing is that's a little bit of a surprise, that some communities now are saying that they need to have seller incentives as much as buyer incentives. That is, sweeteners that free up the market. The sale market is very, very tight, and that is a national perspective. There's not a lot of flux in the housing market. People are staying in their homes because they're not seeing anything better being built, and so the stock of affordable or entry level inventory made up of existing units is just not available to the degree that otherwise might be, particularly in the ownership market. So next slide. So what does this mean for Salina? Well, when we look at our numbers and our projections and our thinking and so forth, we come up with 4 points. That one, to build for a major segment of the coming market, we're calling on builders and developers to build things they're not familiar with. That's a risk. Housing values in Salina tend to be somewhat low. You know, we know that. The only place that we get above $350,000 to $400,000 are in the Central East neighborhoods around the Country Club and so forth. Even north of Schilling, and here our major source of information is a very good one, and that's Zillow, are still in about $250,000 to $300,000 range. There are many parts of the city that are still in $100,000 to $200,000 range, and the fact that the values tend to be relatively low could seem to be affordable, but they constrain the market, and that engenders a level of risk as well. Number 3, that beyond steady state production, that is the amount that we're building just in terms of kind of people moving up and wanting to build new houses for themselves. The 2 factors that are most at work to increase housing need are pent-up demand, that people are kind of taking it on faith that it's pent up, and the prospect of major employment growth. And these are risky. It's kind of the old cliche about a bird in hand is worth 2 in the bush, that potential is always discounted unless you can actually see the need. And finally, it's a lot easier for a market to react to employment growth than it is to build it in advance. You talk about having units available for new employees to move into, but who's paying for the holding costs on those until those new employees move in, and that entails risk as well. So we can understand why the market in Salina builds or doesn't build in the way that it does. It is seen by the local development industry as being a risky market, or at least one that involves leaps of faith into the unknown. Next slide. So what are possible public policy priorities for Salina? This is kind of a coming attraction slide. What are the criteria by which you can evaluate whether that's a place to invest public funds or public incentives? Well, one is, we're not saying this is the program, but these are things to consider. Density for efficiency, cost effectiveness, cost to the prospective buyer or renter, and economy of urban services. And by the way, density may be actually a bigger incentive or a bigger issue related to affordable ownership than it is to affordable rental development, as we kind of saw from last month's presentation. New residential formats for workforce affordability. So if we're asking you to build something as a developer that's riskier because that's going to produce more affordable housing, we're willing to help share that risk through an incentive. Speed, projects that are on hand and opportunities that present themselves in the short run to accommodate employment increases that are coming, and that will both attract new employees into the city and provide an inventory by which people can move in. Scale, large enough projects to create a mass and to accommodate specific demands. Rentals, because that's where the real emergency seems to be right now in the short term, and that might convert to something else in the longer term. And finally, and importantly, not finally, but 6th, preservation of and conservation of the existing housing supply. because we really can't build ourselves out of all of the city's housing needs and demands. So all of these priorities entail risks that, as I've said before, modestly sized builders and developers just feel reluctant to take on alone. Without a partner, without some help, without having to mortgage their kids, those kinds of situations. So finally, last slide. So as we now contemplate where we move in the future, some ticklers about where we might want to be going is to build resources for strategic investment on both the gap side and the pipeline side. The gap side being filling gaps in terms of owner occupancy that make the difference between bankability and affordability and not, and the pipeline helping encourage the kinds of housing that we believe are going to be needed. To demonstrate a demand to engage builders in more diverse areas in the city and more diverse types of housing. To reduce risk factors to the local residential industry, to keep our local builders and developers engaged in it, to involve industries who are generating demand in employer-assisted housing solutions that will help them recruit employees and take advantage of the demand that they're creating, to diversify the products that Salina is offering to its residents, both old and new, and to maintain our existing housing supply because it's still going to be, as we often say, the majority of our affordable housing in the city is already on the ground. So the beginning of thinking about the structure of a program. So on April 19th, when we're back together in a couple of weeks, if you could stand listening to me drone on for this long, we're going to be looking at possible tools and techniques that have applicability to Salina. And then on May 10th, the outlines of a strategic program for the city moving forward, of some of the solutions that we think will work here and can help us achieve the goals that we need. So there's our presentation for today. Hopefully a lot to digest, a lot to provoke thought, and your comments and questions are welcome until you have to go to your real meeting.
Well, first of all, thank you very much. Speaking for myself, I really feel like we're getting into the heart of the matter, so to speak, not only with this presentation, but the ones we've got coming up in terms of next steps. So thank you very much for providing us kind of that foundation of knowledge to help us make better decisions for our community going forward. Are there any questions from the commissioners before I see if there are any questions or comments from the public? Because I noticed we did have a few people on here. I don't know if any of them wish to speak, and I don't know if there's anyone there present in room 107 either.
I just have one, Commissioner Davis. Mr. Sugar, are there, if the cities, and I say city meaning government in whatever form you want to use it, subsidizes or eases some of the risk in building in advance of pent-up demand? In other words, we tell them there are 1,000 jobs coming, but they're not here yet. If the city subsidizes that building, are there programs where the city gets to recoup some of the benefit of having supported that risk?
Yeah, interesting question, and one that we'll get into in coming weeks in terms of the structure of a program. But yes, let me give you a couple of examples. I don't know exactly what Kansas law is, but in Nebraska law, a city can write a TIF project as a loan and can provide an incentive, including a grant incentive or a grant of land to a developer, and then pay itself back out of the TIF. That is one example of such a situation. There are shared equity programs by which the city becomes an entrepreneur along with the developer and receives a share of the profit or operating income from the project, or a reimbursement on the sale of the project or conversion to a different kind of use. So yes, there are structures that can be created that allow the city to benefit from equity investments in projects. Another example that we have thought about is something that we call an infrastructure bank. And so the concept here, let's say that, just to give you an example, let's say the city invests $10,000 in the price of a $200,000 house that's related to building infrastructure to support the construction of that house. These are not accurate numbers, but they're easy for me to calculate in my head. And that's 5% of the value of that house. When that house sells, presumably for a profit, the city would then recoup the same 5% out of the ultimate purchase price of the house on sale. So if the value of that house goes up to $220,000, the city would then recoup $11,000 of that sale, as opposed to the $10,000 that it put into it in the first place. So I think honestly that it's wise to structure as many programs as we can, and that are legal to do under Kansas state law, which is where we need attorney's assistance, to provide a level of return to the city from the benefits that it's produced and by its investment. So it's a very good point, and something that is I think really a fundamental thing that we want, that we seek in terms of the structuring of programs.
Commissioners, staff has had conversations with representatives of Gilmore and Bell about options. Admittedly, the focus of those conversations have been RHID, tax increment financing, industrial revenue bonds, and community improvement districts. We kind of scratched the surface maybe a little bit of the concepts, or at least I think we were asking the right questions down the path of what Mr. Sugar described, but we may need to get him involved with those conversations and have a more pointed conversation with scenarios and see if we can play any of those out.
I do think that if a city is taking some risk too, it should get rewards for it.
I mean, everyone else in that whole system is making money off of it. I don't see any reason.
Might as well. Yeah, you bet.
Yeah, Marty, this is Mike Scragg. If I could touch on a couple of things. In your last presentation, you talked about, you had the hypothetical scenario of an apartment complex, and a couple of the kind of the bigger ticket items that seemed to impact the financial performance were the rate of return for the investor and the interest rate. And you and I haven't had a chance to talk, but I think you assumed a 5% rate of return, which I am concerned that's overly conservative, that might not be worth a developer getting out of bed for. But I guess my question is, in a not-for-profit scenario, can you speak to how that might help the numbers, both from a interest rate borrowing standpoint as well as a fixed rate of return standpoint?
Yeah, well, first of all, it's 5% cash on cash, but not a 5% rate of return. So, okay. so if you assume that a project, that's why tax credit projects work so well. That they're if you're getting the 9% tax credit because of the nature of the project billed as a LIHTC project, your annual rate of return is automatically 9%. If you get 5%, and then you factor in the the eventual sale of that property and your commensurate share of the equity on sale, they get pretty profitable. So keep in mind that that's cash on an annual basis, and depending upon how the actual structure of the project is, if it's a tax advantage project such as an historic tax credit or a low income housing tax credit, the rate of return is considerably higher than that, even at zero cash on cash. So it's a little bit more complicated than that. But yeah, you're right that a 5% rate of return would not be enough to get a developer interested in a project. Let's see now, what was the other part of it?
The financial benefits of the not-for-profit approach.
Oh, yeah. Great. Yeah. So the benefit of a nonprofit is twofold. Number one, they have to support themselves. They don't have to make a profit or return that profit to investors. Number two is that they're usually funded by sources of funding, whether it's charitable or CRA related or municipal related, that are patient in terms of their returns. And finally, nonprofits or CHODOs, community housing development organizations, have a specific priority for LIHTC funded or incented projects. So they're, but mainly a nonprofit's risk structure is very different from a for-profit developer. The nonprofit executive director's family is not going to directly suffer from a project that doesn't produce income.
So, Commissioners, the other thing I would tell you is a couple slides ago, it was kind of a gradient of criteria, and I think the conversation was on the premise that incentives would be adjusted in response to, whether those criteria were met. And so, Ms. Driscoll mentioned that we've been in conversations with about 5 developers, and I would say one of them feels like they have a proposal before us, and they're anxious for staff to get it before you. And then some others are a little bit, maybe a step or two behind that. A couple of them are kicking the tires, and one of them we've reached out to, and we're trying to entice them to give Salina some consideration and run a financial pro forma of a product that they do in other markets. So it's kind of the entire gamut. But I guess my point is the developer that's probably the furthest along in that conversation, I think they're assuming maxing out all the available incentives in terms of tax redirection, the amount of tax redirection, and the term of that. And so that's not to say that that might not be necessary for the proposed project, but we are trying to look at their finances to get some more detail on their proposal, analyze that in terms of kind of a cost benefit and a gap analysis, and then in light of the different considerations that we're fleshing out here. So we recognize the sense of urgency. We're not expecting to try to have a formalized policy and however far out in the future that might look, but we are trying to kind of balance the request and those discussions with the information we're gathering as part of this process.
Thank you. Any further questions from the commission? Because if not, I would like to open it up to anyone who's participating either virtually or in person. If you've got a question or a comment, we are running short of time. So if you're in person, please step to the podium, continue wearing your mask, and we welcome your questions or comments. And if you are participating virtually, if you could raise your hand on Zoom, or if you don't know how to do that, if you activate your camera and wave your hand physically, we'll be happy to call on you. Do we have any takers for the public component?
It doesn't look like we have any in the room. Anybody on Zoom? I don't see any hands raised at this time on Zoom. If anybody out there is interested,
okay,
you can do it now.
All right. Well, again, thank you very much, Mr. Schuker.
My
Thank you
pleasure.
very much, Mr. Driscoll. I really appreciate it. And I'm learning a whole lot about housing. So thanks again. And we look forward to seeing you in a couple weeks.
See you in a couple weeks.
All right. Sounds good.
Enjoy the game tonight.
Is there a game tonight?
Yeah, I think so. I was so hoping for UCLA to win. They're such a cool team, but and the women's game was incredible last night too. But
That's what I heard. Well, at any rate, thanks everybody, and we will be back here at 4 o'clock for the regular meeting. Thank you. o'clock. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, Cam.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'd like to call the Monday, April 5th, 2021 Salina City Commission meeting to order and to confirm that the Kansas Open Meeting Act required notice has been properly provided.
Yes.
Thank you. With that, we will proceed with roll call.
Mayor Hodges,
Here.
Commissioner Davis,
Here.
Commissioner Franz,
Here.
Commissioner Hoppeck,
Here.
Commissioner Ryan.
Here.
Thank you. I have asked, since I'm participating virtually today, I've asked Vice Mayor Trent Davis to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance and moment of silence because there's a little delay on my end.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Davis. We don't have any awards and proclamations today. Citizens Forum. Mr. Scrager, would you prefer to do the COVID update before or after Citizens Forum?
I think it might make sense to do it before in case any citizens wish to comment in response to the information I provide.
Sounds great. Thanks. If you could go ahead and do that, I'd appreciate it.
Okay. Mayor and Commissioners, I would remind you that the data that I have is based on Fridays. You may have seen an update from the county that is a little bit more recent than that, but it's easiest for us to have a common reference point of data that we're able to gather based on a Friday. So new cases in the last week are 30 compared to 23 the week before. Active cases are currently 33 compared to 99 the week before. Total recoveries are 5,940 compared to 5,844 the week before. There are no hospitalizations, and there were none last week. And the deaths remain at 108 compared to 108 last week. The other thing that I would touch on as it relates to COVID and the face mask topic and kind of everything that's transpired in the last week or so, that understandably there's some interest and confusion about the face mask ordinance and the legislation that has been passed and legislation that's been pending at the Kansas legislature, as well as the governor's action and then the legislative council's action. So as a little bit of a recap, Senate Bill 40 was passed. It limited the governor's, further limited the governor's authority as it relates to emergency health orders and things of that nature. And so the emergency declaration at the state level was going to expire on March 31st and needed to be renewed on April 1st for eligibility for financial aid purposes. In anticipation of that and somewhat in response to the Senate Bill 40 legislation that also then limited the authority of counties to issue health orders, Salina County Commission took up the topic of the face mask ordinance, and I believe they discussed mass gatherings as well last Tuesday. And so as part of that conversation, a couple of things. There's a very subtle distinction that I think is worth noting in that the Salina County did not adopt the face mask ordinance as a health order in the means that Senate Bill 40 then limited their authority. They did it as a resolution under their more open-ended authority. And so my understanding of their interpretation from their legal counsel is that because of the nature in which they passed the requirements for the face mask ordinance, it was not subject to Senate Bill 40. And you may recall that Senate Bill 40 had some provisions in it about being able to, someone that was aggrieved being able to file in court and be heard in 72 hours. And I think the advice was that that may still take place, but the county councilor felt like they were in a defensible position in terms of the manner in which they passed the face mask ordinance. So then the county commission also had conversation about the face mask ordinance in and of itself. Individual county commissioners expressed a desire to know what you as the city commission were going to do, and kind of characterized it as the city was driving the bus on this topic. And so the face mask requirements at the county level were left in effect, and I think that was done with the anticipation that it would be on your agenda today. And so we were staffing that up as if that might be the case as well. However, Jason Tiller, the county health officer, wasn't available to attend your meeting in person or to participate remotely. And so I made the call as we were putting the packet together that, especially in light of the conversations and the questions I was fielding at a level of detail that I couldn't answer, that we weren't prepared for you to have a good staff report and support you in a way that you could ask the questions that you wanted to ask as you deliberated. So it is not on today's agenda for that reason. It is on the county commission's agenda again tomorrow, and the county health officer is available next Monday to attend and provide you a report and answer any questions that you might have. So two other things, I guess. One is that there's also been conversation about Senate Bill 263, and that legislation included provisions for financial damages, and possibly it was making provisions for withholding funds at a taxing entity level, a city level and county level, if the face mask requirements were in effect. And the legislation specifically identified a face mask requirement as an action that could cause damage to an aggrieved party or business, and then they could make claim for financial reimbursement. That legislation has May 1st identified as the date in which those rights, those claims might be able to begin. If face mask requirements were in effect from May 1st of 2021 forward, then that could be a topic. However, that legislation has not been passed. We've been in contact with the League of Kansas Municipalities, and they don't anticipate that it's likely to be passed. So we're continuing to keep an eye on that, but I don't want any confusion on your part that is a issue at the moment, that is pending. We're just going to have to keep an eye on it. And with that May 1st, 2021 date, you would have time to react to its passage and the implications of that legislation. The other thing that then took place was, as part of Senate Bill 40, there was a provision that if, in the event that the governor passed a health order or a mandate, then the legislature or the legislative commission, depending on whether the legislature was in session or not, could review that and could override the governor's order. So by way of the legislation, it expired on March 31st. The governor then issued a face mask order on April 1st, and within hours, the legislature overruled the governor's face mask order, and so the governor's face mask order is not in effect. That, understandably, has caused some confusion on the part of some citizens that have reached out to you by way of email, saying, well, if all that's happened, why is our face mask ordinance in effect, or why is the face mask requirement still in effect? Well, you kind of need to go back to the original philosophy of the legislature when they kind of clipped the wings of the governor and limited the governor's authority. It was on the premise of that's a local decision that needs to be made at a local level. So they have somewhat consistently all along said, don't want the governor to be issuing statewide mandates because that's too overarching and too broad. Want that authority to be at the local level. And then Senate Bill 40 has come back in somewhat limited local authority, but not entirely. So that's a long way of saying that, in the last week, that legislation's gone into effect. There's been a number of actions taken, but our face mask ordinance it remains valid. It doesn't represent a financial liability to us that Senate Bill 263 might have been headed towards. And that still means you have discretion to leave it in effect or to repeal it. And then my understanding of the county's deliberations are that by the nature of how it is they adopted the face mask requirement, they don't feel like they have exposure or the ultimatum necessarily to repeal their face mask requirements. They're still looking at it as a policy decision that they need to make an informed decision on a regular basis. But the legislation didn't cause them to conclude that they needed to repeal it. Now, Sedgwick County, I think, came to a different conclusion, but I don't know the details of how it is they passed their face mask requirement in the first place. So I rambled a little bit there, but I think I covered the waterfront, and I'd be happy to try to answer any questions you might have.
Yeah, I have a couple questions. If the city or the county alone would rescind their face mask mandate, there would still be a face mask mandate in place, correct?
On the assumption that one
Right.
repeals and the other leaves one in effect, it would still remain in effect within the jurisdiction of whoever's requirement stays in effect. So if the county repealed their face mask requirement and ours was in effect, the face mask requirement would still apply within the city of Salina. It would no longer apply in the remainder of Saline County.
Not knowing what action the county will take tomorrow, as we look at next week, putting the face mask mandate back on our agenda, I guess I'll look at legal counsel. Is there the ability to write up the motion in such a way that the ordinance is subject to Saline County also approving the removal of their face mask mandate? And I'm not even sure that's something we do, but you know how we always get options? I'm
Yeah.
wondering
Right.
if that is,
I'm sorry, I didn't think this-
possibly be an app.
I didn't
be an
think this
option.
microphone was working, was my concern. I'll partially answer your question with a question. We do have the first and second reading scenario on anything that we would do with our current home rule ordinance. That is the mechanism by which the city's masking ordinance is in effect. Were you thinking, Commissioner, that condition would be imposed on the basis of conducting a first and second reading both on Monday?
To be honest with you, I knew to pass an ordinance, it took a first and second reading. To rescind an ordinance does the same.
Yes, to modify the current ordinance does take an ordinance, and that's thus the two readings.
I do not believe the counties took a first and second reading the way they did. Is that correct?
Yeah, I believe they adopted theirs by resolution.
By resolution.
Yeah, and that's the way the county is statutorily authorized to act, and it does not involve a first and second reading.
Yeah. I guess my whole basis is it doesn't do us any good to rescind ours if the county doesn't rescind theirs. We need to work without having a joint meeting, some way that we know that they work, parallel to each other. If we're both on the same page. I mean, I
Well,
have no idea.
if the county did not rescind its face mask order, we would still be under that order anyway, just because we're in the county.
Right.
If it's helpful, it is somewhat difficult to approve an ordinance on first and second reading subject to a future condition.
Okay.
Because presumably you've
And
acted
it may not work. I was just asking.
Now, I'm just thinking out loud, if the commission wanted to act and also have the benefit of the Saline County's decision, if the commission was so inclined, you could bridge a first and second reading before and however soon after the county's action, you might wish to take it up on second reading.
Okay.
And we could have the ordinance on the agenda, and then if the county did not take action, could we table it to a future meeting?
Yeah, so your question is we could take action on first reading and then.
So we could be
if
ready next
Right,
Monday.
and then
but if
you
we chose
wouldn't be
not to
obligated
take
to-
action.
You wouldn't be obligated to carry forward on second reading.
I think Commissioner Ryan asked if we could just, correct me if I'm wrong, just table even the first reading until after the county took action.
Well, I think the question would go to
Yeah.
both. I mean, if we had the item on our agenda, we can table it, can't we?
Certainly.
Yeah, that's another conversation.
Are there any other questions from the commission?
The final one I would have is, I know it would be maybe helpful next week to have a little bit of background of some of the surrounding counties that have rescinded their face mask orders. 'Cause I know there have been several.
I do know that earlier today, McPherson County extended theirs. I just saw that on Salina Post. So I'm relying on the news media, but have no reason to think that's not true.
Well, and just my personal takeaway after watching the county commission last week is that, and I think the county commission realizes this too, is the importance of both of these bodies being in alignment and kind of working cooperatively to, and hopefully, you know, our decisions would align. So if it's something that we would benefit from having a joint meeting to consider, I'd be more than open for that to happen if anyone thinks it would be helpful. But we did designate by resolution that the public health officer, Jason Tiller, and the Saline County Health Department were going to be, you know, leading our response to the pandemic. And at last week's county commission meeting, Mr. Tiller's recommendation was not to remove the mask ordinance just yet. We're getting closer, but I believe he urged patience and made the analogy of it was like a wildfire that had gotten tamped down and was thought to be put out, but there were still embers smoldering, and that the right conditions could certainly bring us back up to the numbers that we saw earlier, and none of us wants that. But at any rate, a tough call, but I think that it would be great if we could meet, if not together, then relatively in short succession and be aligned in this decision. With that, we will open up Citizens Forum. This is an opportunity for any member of the public to speak, either by coming to the podium or by raising your virtual hand, to talk about any subject that does not appear on today's agenda. I would ask that you keep your remarks to less than 5 minutes. And if you are speaking in person, I would remind you to keep your mask in place when you're at the podium. Thank you. Is there anybody who, we'll start with the people that are there physically. Is there anyone who would like to approach the podium?
Before we start, Mayor Hodge.
Yes.
I don't know why there should be any confusion about this, but there are probably 15 signs on this building that say mask must be worn in this building. In particular in the back row in this room, you know, just openly defying. You do now because that's all you've been hearing about. You've been seeing us look at you. But you've been sitting here the first 20 minutes in this room with no mask on. And the mask, you know, down to your upper lip is not wearing the mask properly. And whether, you know, we like a rule or not, common decency says at least respect the rule. We get on other citizens for what appears to be their defying certain rules in this country. This is no different. I mean, at least if you don't care about yourself, care about the people who are in the room here with you and wear the mask the way they're supposed to be worn. Really would appreciate that. Thank you.
And I would like to remind people that if, for whatever reason, they don't want to wear a mask, there are other means that you can provide input to the City Commission. You can email us. You can attend this meeting virtually. But if you are in attendance, I just want to reinforce what Dr. Davis said and reiterate that you are expected to be wearing a mask, to be wearing it properly, and to keep it in place at all times. Thank you.
Yep, with that, I believe the floor is open.
Okay. Does anybody want, and I am sorry for participating virtually today. Is there anyone who would like to speak at this time? Thank you. If you could give your name and where you're from.
My name's Melissa Hendricks, and I live here in Salina. I appreciate what you said about the confusion, but I do want to clarify a few things about some things that you said. I was at the county commission meeting last week. The county did refuse to take action unless the city did first. They said in the meeting that it didn't make any sense to repeal the county mandate because the city of Salina comprises much more of the population, so they are waiting until you guys do something. They did say that it needed to be a joint effort, but I'll be honest, I'm a little bit disappointed. The city-county joint effort has not had a really great history. And then when I pulled the agenda for this meeting, it's not even on there. So how can it be a joint effort if you, I mean, it doesn't even make any sense. One of you passes the buck and the other one doesn't even want to do anything about it. Mr. Tiller's absence from this meeting does not change the data. It doesn't. Like he said, I'm going to use the numbers from Friday. As of last Friday, there were 0 hospitalizations, 12 new cases, and they were actively monitoring 33 cases. Mr. Tiller's office acknowledged last Monday that the number of new cases and hospitalizations have fallen dramatically since the peak back in November. That's obvious. We haven't seen these numbers since well before the mask mandate was issued last July. Mr. Tiller had previously stated that his recommendations to lift the mandate are a 70% vaccination rate and multiple days at 0 new cases. And I want to point out a couple of statistics of significance here regarding Mr. Tiller's recommendations, and that is, 1, a recent poll by a local media outlet has shown that only 52% of respondents say they will take the vaccination. And 2, the efficacy of the AstraZeneca vaccine is such that 1 in 4 will still get COVID even after receiving the vaccine. Are we going to keep everybody in masks because 25% of the people that received the AstraZeneca vaccine can still get COVID? When pointing out these statistics at the county meeting last week, Mr. Tiller backpedaled and said that his lofty goal of 0 new cases is not eradication. And I'm just not entirely sure how it doesn't fit that definition, but I digress. Anyway, the city ordinance also contains language that states that the city of Salina must remain flexible to account for the evolving nature and scope of the unprecedented public health emergency posed by COVID-19. So let's be honest here. Recent numbers do not justify continuing the mask mandate. There's a downward trend in number of cases, number of deaths, and hospitalizations. And that's not only in Saline County, but that's across the state. The county allowed the public health order to expire 2 weeks ago regarding gathering restrictions, and we have not seen an increase in cases. We have not seen an increase in cases from spring break travel, which was over 2 weeks ago. One of the county commissioners stated last week that there have been several large events that have taken place in the city where people were not wearing masks, and we have not experienced increased cases from those events either. And this is probably the part that frustrates me the most. You allow our kids to play close contact sports without masks, breathing in each other's faces and sweating all over each other for an hour or more, but it's not okay for those same kids to sit next to each other in class without a mask. Nor is it okay for me to sit at my desk at work without a mask where the nearest person is 15 feet away and we are separated by not 1, but 2 plexiglass barriers. The exceptions that were given as to who must wear a mask or not are arbitrary at best, and the reasoning behind these exceptions is exceptionally murky. So let me be clear in saying that lifting the mandate is not telling people not to wear a mask. I think that's where the confusion is. By lifting the mandate, the commission is not telling people who want to wear a mask that they cannot. And it is not telling people that do not want to wear a mask that they must. It does not affect people that support masks at all. They can continue doing what they're doing.
Ms. Hendrick?
Yes.
Could you, it's been 5 minutes, so if you could finish up, I'd appreciate it.
Well, that was a quick 5 minutes. I'll make it quick. Repealing the mandate puts the decision back in the hands of the people that you represent, whereas it should have been all along. It's giving people, both the businesses and the rights, to choose what is best for their situation. Numerous counties larger than ours have ended their mandates, along with several smaller counties. Shawnee County, Sedgwick County, Barton County, neighboring Dickinson County, and Brown County are just a few of the ones that have ended recently. I just read today, as Commissioner Franz said, that McPherson County has modified their recommendations, but they are just that, recommendations. It's not a mandate. Even the governor's statewide mandate that she tried to reinstate was overturned, and the joint statement issued by the members of the Kansas Legislative Coordinating Council was spot on. They said that public health mandates should be short-term, data-driven, and reserved only for pressing emergency situations. They should not be used to dictate Kansans' daily lives year after year, and they go on to say that there is no data that supports a continued statewide mandate. None of the facts today have been denied. Fear is not a reason to justify continuing the mandate. Control is not a reason to continue justifying the mandate. Data should be the only factor driving our decisions, and the data that we have in front of us does not justify continuing the mandate.
Thank you, Ms. Hendricks.
I don't believe there's even one person in this room that has a crystal ball or can predict the future. It's time to lift the mandate.
Thank you, Ms. Hendricks. Is there anyone else who would like to speak?
Dalton McDowell, Salina. Commissioner Mike, Commissioner Rod, and Commissioner Carl. You three can end this mandate today. You have the voting majority. Why don't we end this? Because the county commission Tuesday stated they're waiting on the city of Salina. Well, the city of Salina is saying they're waiting on the county commission. Are we just going to play this back and forth for months on end until January, when three of you very possibly might not be on city council? Or are you guys going to do something? It's ridiculous with the mask mandates. I go all over the state for my company, what I do. And 90% of the counties I service in do not have this stupid mask mandate. I service in a northwest Kansas county that was number 4 in October for COVID-19. They dropped theirs mask mandate not very long after they put it in, once the numbers went down. When are the numbers in this county are not going to go to 0? There's no possible way. It's too big of a county. You're not going to get 70%. Jason Tiller backtracks half the crap that he says. It's time that you three do something so that because it ain't going to get done. County commission is throwing it back on you. You guys are putting it on the county commission. It's time that somebody does something. This sitting idle crap is ridiculous.
Thank you, Mr. McDowell. Is there anyone else who would like to speak?
Norman Mantle, Salina, Kansas. Life is a risk. You better learn to accept these risks because it's here, it's not going away. From the time you take your first breath till you take your last breath, it's this wide. Accept these risks. It's not nice, but you're going to have to accept risks because you can't get rid of it. It's going to get worse. You're not going to make this go away. There's more behind it. This stuff is starting to regenerate. It's double mutations are appearing around the world. So we're going to have to learn to accept the risk, whether we like it or not. We've had risk in the past, and we're going to have risk in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Mantle. Is there anyone else?
Hey guys, Commissioner Chad Farber. I'm here from Salina, and I just wanted to come up and say again how I'm disappointed that we have the mask mandate. As was mentioned a little bit earlier, there were 33 cases being monitored by our health department for our entire county. If you look at the numbers for that, that is 0.06% 0.06% of our county population that we're monitoring with this virus. And because of that, we mandate that everybody wears a mask. And to me, that seems very silly, seems preposterous. But I think a bigger issue here, and perhaps council could help me understand this, from what I've read in Senate Bill 40, these mandates are going to be in the hands of the county commission. Can I ask a question, or is this just a time for me to talk? I don't know how the procedure
This is
works.
generally a time, a time for you
All
to
right.
talk.
Well, I've read through Senate Bill 40, and it says, and I mean, I can quote it, I'll use it for my time here, I guess, so that everybody is aware. It says, "The Board of County Commissioners of any county may issue an order relating to public health that includes provisions that are less stringent than the provisions of an executive order effective statewide issued by the governor. Any Board of County Commissioners issuing such an order must make the following findings and include such findings in the order," and it goes on from there. So what I'm saying or seeing in that is they are referring to the county commission as the Board of Health for the county, and I believe that is how it has been viewed in the past. So it may be a moot point that we even come before you guys as city commission asking you to remove a mandate. Do you see where I'm coming at from that? I do believe that one of the big issues in our city is the fines that the city commission has placed upon our citizens. And I don't think anybody in here would argue that our citizens have been through enough over the last year. It's time to, if you're not going to remove the mandate, at least pull some of those fines off of our small businesses, off of our individuals, remove your boot off of the neck of the citizens, and let us try to recover from this virus that has hurt so many people. People have lost lives. People have lost their friends. And if it's a fine that can be removed, I think at least that would be a symbol of goodwill towards our community. Again, I'm not going to address the mandate because I don't believe you guys are in the position to do that. I believe that's going to fall back to the county commission. But with the data that is given, and Ms. Hendricks gave a lot of data earlier, it seems a little silly. Sedgwick County removed theirs. They were averaging 82 cases per day. We're way, way, way below those numbers. We have 0 hospitalizations. We have successfully flattened the curve. We have successfully removed the limitations on our hospitals and our hospital workers, which was the main purpose of why we put this plan in place. And it's just time to move on. It's time to get back to where we were and keep moving forward as the city of Salina, as I hope we can do. We can continue moving forward. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you very much, Mr. Farber.
Just one correction. We have not removed the restrictions on hospital workers.
No, I was saying we haven't flooded the hospital with hospitalizations is what I was saying.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak during public or citizens forum?
Doesn't look like it, at least not here.
Thank you.
I don't know about virtually.
Okay. Is there anyone who's participating online who would like to comment during this time? I see a couple of members of the public, but I don't see any hands raised.
There are no hands at this time from the online participants.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. We don't have any public hearings or items scheduled for a certain time. We will go to the consent agenda.
Item 6.1, approve the minutes of March 22, 2021. Item 6.2, approve resolution number 21-7945, authorizing the mayor to execute an amended and restated license agreement with North Salina Community Development, Inc., to install a little library at the Salina Senior Center bus stop. Item 6.3, award contract for 2021 minor concrete pavement repair, project number 21018C to Davis Concrete Construction in the amount of $44,354.80 with a $2,217.74 construction contingency, and authorize the city manager to execute the contract.
Thank you. Are there any items that a commissioner would like to pull from the consent agenda?
I'd like to pull item 6.3, a minor question, but I would just like to be
Okay.
able to address that.
Okay, any other question or any other items to pull from the consent agenda? And if not, I would take a motion to approve 6.1 and 6.2.
Mayor Hodges, I move we approve consent agenda items 6.1 and 6.2.
Second?
We have a motion and a second to approve consent agenda items 6.1 and 6.2. Could we have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Davis,
Aye.
Commissioner Franz,
Aye.
Commissioner Hoppeck,
Aye.
Commissioner Ryan,
Aye.
Mayor Hodges.
Aye. That motion passes 5-0. And we will return to item 6.3.
Again, I don't expect a presentation, and I'm hopefully that the city manager can answer this, but this is, compared to a lot of concrete projects we do, pretty small. And if I understand it correctly, and I don't know, I guess it does kind of address it, but this is primarily for spot patching to serve as a base for other overlay projects that are going to be done later in the season. This is not the major concrete repair rehab that we do to major concrete streets.
Correct.
Is that correct? And that
Yes,
will come later in the season?
Right, we're characterizing this as minor concrete work, and both sidewalk work and other concrete
Okay.
street work would.
And it will eventually, these are areas that will be resurfaced later in the season with another contract of asphalt overlay or.
Well, the one thing I don't know is whether any of these are repairs within a concrete street section that wouldn't be
Okay.
overlaid, but.
But typically, we'll go through and we will identify a fair number of concrete streets where the segments have gotten out of whack, and we'll take those out and replace them. I presume that's still coming later?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Or do any other commissioners have questions regarding 6.3?
With that, Mayor Hodges, I move we approve consent agenda item 6.3.
Commissioner Davis, second.
We have a motion and a second to approve agenda item 6.3. Could I have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Davis,
Aye.
Commissioner Franz,
Aye.
Commissioner Hoppeck,
Aye.
Commissioner Ryan,
Aye.
Mayor Hodges.
Aye. That motion passes 5-0. Which brings us to item 7.1.
Item 7.1, second reading, ordinance number 21-11056, requesting approval of an amendment to an existing PC3 zoning district and approval of the final site development plan for a proposed restaurant with an outdoor seating area that exceeds 50% of the capacity of the indoor seating area on property addressed as 916 East Crawford Street.
Thank you. This ordinance was passed on first reading on March 22nd, 2021. Unless staff lets me know differently, no comments have been received. Are there any questions from commissioners? Are there any questions or comments from the public?
None.
Okay. With that, I'll bring it back to the commission for further discussion or action.
Mayor, Commissioner Ryan here. I move we approve ordinance number 21-11056 on second reading.
Commissioner Davis, second.
We have a motion and a second to approve ordinance number 21-11056 on second reading. Could we have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Davis,
Aye.
Commissioner Franz,
Aye.
Commissioner Hoppeck,
Aye.
Commissioner Ryan,
Aye.
Mayor Hodges.
Aye. That motion passes 5-0. Item 7.2.
Item 7.2, first reading, Charter Ordinance Number 40, exempting the City of Salina from the provisions of KSA 12-1697 and providing substitute and additional provisions on the same subject relating to the promotion of tourism and convention, authorizing the levying of a transient guest tax by cities and repealing Charter Ordinance 35.
All right, Mr. Wood.
Mayor and Commissioners, Jacob Wood, Deputy City Manager. Back in July of 2019, the City Commission passed a resolution that expressed support for a public-private partnership with a group of citizens called the Salina Athletic Partners. And that intent with that resolution was to provide support for a project that would improve our baseball facilities throughout the city. That included things at Billbrook Park and also at the Berkeley Family Recreation Area, or what was formerly known as East Crawford Recreation Area. That resolution specified the intent of the City Commission to take a look at transient guest tax as a funding source for what would be the public side of the public-private partnership as far as the funding goes. Obviously, between July of 2019 and when the project actually started, there was a pandemic that happened, so that was kind of put on hold for a while. We did come back in July of 2020 with Salina Baseball Enterprises and kind of do a modified project that got Dean Evans Stadium off and running. And that part of the project was a commitment from Salina Baseball Enterprises to actually just do Dean Evans. There were no public dollars placed on that part of the project at all. A couple of weeks ago, the City Commission expressed interest that we bring this topic back up and discuss transient guest tax again as a way to fund future projects. That would be with the intent to continue to partner with Salina Baseball Enterprises, Salina Athletic Partners, to do additional projects in the future. Transient guest tax is something we've had in place for quite some time. In 1977 is when we actually started transient guest tax at about 2% rate. The last time we increased transient guest tax was in October of 2009, and that is when it went to the current rate of 6.7%. This is done with a charter ordinance, and just the charter ordinance allows us to do something. It allows us to get out of what would be called a non-uniform state law. So you'll see the transient guest tax are not uniform across the state. A state law allows us to individually choose what rate we would set, and that would need to be done with a chartered ordinance. A charter ordinance requires 2/3 majority vote of the members of the governing body, so 4 out of 5 to pass. And then it's also subject to a 10% protest petition. So after this is approved, if you approve it on first and second reading, there'll be a period where we have to wait out. If citizens decide they'd like to put a petition, then the ordinance would have to go to a vote of the people before it would be approved. So the timeline for this, if you approve it tonight, on first reading, we'd have second reading next week, and then we'd have it would have to be published in a paper for a couple of weeks, and that would start the 60-day protest period. So if you did that today, if we started this ball rolling today, the protest period would end on June 26th, and then we would be able to actually start the transient guest tax on October 1st. And actually, there's a little bit of play in that time frame. If you wanted to push this off a few weeks, you could do that, and we would still hit that October 1st date. Transient guest tax has to go into effect at the start of a quarter. So the October 1st is the soonest that we could do it, but we do have a little bit of time between now and then if you wanted to make some changes or think about this in a different way. So the current transient guest tax at 6.7% is split among several entities. Most of it goes to Visit Salina, 3 cents of that. We have some that goes specifically for cultural arts regional marketing, the CARM program. And then we have some that goes specifically for marketing for TPEC, and then the Oakdale Kenwood Park area. And then we have 2 cents that goes to TPEC operations and 1 cent that goes to the TPEC capital. If you were to pass this ordinance the way that it's written, we don't anticipate to change any of that at this time. We would have to probably talk with the chamber and make sure that the agreement that we have with them just kind of stays consistent, even though the rate would increase. So we would want to make sure that we have all those things ready to make that happen. But the intent here would be to leave the chamber hold harmless. We wouldn't want to take any additional funds for them. Let's see here. On the fiscal note, I will say what we have put forward here would be an increase from 6.7% to 8%. And that's what has been discussed as part of the Baseball Enterprise project all along, was an increase to 8%. We think that will produce about $350,000 a year. It's really hard to get an average right now with the pandemic. The hotels were obviously hit pretty hard. So what we were kind of doing before pandemic time, we feel like would be about $350,000. It's really hard to say where we would be if we were to run that number specifically today. What we had originally been asked from the Salina Athletic Partners was to do the total project cost was around $8 million, and they had asked for us to put $4 million towards that. So that $350,000 over 15 years would be about that $4 million. Now, those numbers may have changed. We probably have to relook at that and see how much we could actually generate based on the amount of tax that we have coming in, and we just don't know what that's going to be at this time. So your options tonight are to approve on first reading Charter Ordinance number 40 that would exempt us from provisions of KSA 12-1697 and then provide the new rate at 8%. You could approve that ordinance with changes. We could postpone this consideration to a later date and time, or you could deny the charter ordinance altogether, and I'd be happy to stand for questions. And there are members from the chamber and Visit Salina here as well that may wish to speak on the topic.
All right. I'd be happy to offer the floor to the chamber or Visit Salina before we turn to questions from the commission. And if there are any representatives from Baseball Enterprises at the meeting who would like to speak, I would invite you all up to the podium. If you want to speak.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Good afternoon.
I will keep this brief. I sent an email to you a little bit earlier today. And based off feedback that we have gotten from, I've gotten from Executive Committee, we just don't feel like we're in a position right now to make a determination or give a definitive response. As Jacob alluded to, a lot has changed since July 2019. So obviously, we are completely supportive of the Baseball Partners project as their facilities generate a significant amount of tourist dollars and also enhance community and residents' quality of life. But also, there are concerns from the hotelier side as well. So our hope is to continue to get feedback from those partners and from our membership and provide that with you in the upcoming weeks.
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
after about 9 o'clock on Monday mornings, I don't get a chance to look at emails.
Understood. Yep.
Just so I'm clear, should I take your statement to mean that the executive committee was not in a position to support, well, I don't want to put words in your mouth. What was the final recommendation from the executive board?
Well, we don't have one yet, is whereas.
So you really meant what you said then?
Right.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
We have not been able to get that in front of our full board and our executive committee to formalize a response at this point. Thank you.
Mr. Brown, I do have one question. Originally, Visit Salina was listed as one of the Salina baseball partners supporting this project. And am I to assume that's no longer true?
No. Like I said, the chamber, we're completely supportive of the partnership. Again, like all of these factors that have come out of the pandemic related to the hotel industry, we're trying to get feedback and better feedback from our hoteliers on what their thoughts are.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Can I ask one more before you?
Sure.
Is there any way to track if the increase in the transient guest tax actually has a demonstrable disproportionate effect on the hoteliers who are letting rooms at lower rates? I'm assuming if a person, I'm just guessing, if they pay $200, I'm going to use an extreme example, $500 a night for a room, the 20% tax really isn't an issue for them. Whereas if they're paying $40 a night for a room, may make a difference between Hotel A or Hotel B. Is there a way to track that, or has that been tracked over time?
That, I mean, the average daily rate and occupancy rates, yeah, that has been tracked for sure over a long time. And that's part of what, we'd like to make sure we have our ducks in a row before we.
but we haven't increased this in such a long time. We probably wouldn't have any data to reflect the net effect of a recent increase on this. Our last increase, I think,
2009, they said?
yeah,
12 years.
that's true. Probably answered my own question. Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
And this may not be a question for you, it may be for some of your staff. Were the hoteliers notified about this being on the agenda by Visit Salina or by?
We would have notified them, was it Wednesday?
Okay,
Right.
okay.
So when the packet was posted on Thursday, we did share.
Okay.
At that point, what we shared on Tuesday is that this discussion was going to be happening.
Because I did know we received a letter, so I just was hoping they all had been. Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Are there any members of Baseball Enterprises that would like to speak to this?
Doesn't look like it.
Okay, great, thank you. Well, then we'll return for commissioners to ask questions for staff.
I'm not sure how much mine's a question as comments also. I was the one that I think originally suggested that we address the funding of Baseball Enterprises, our portion through the transient guest tax. As I think Mr. Brown mentioned, there have been changes of circumstance from what was it, about a year and a half ago we were discussing this. One of them is the half-cent sales tax went into effect that we weren't anticipating for the county jail. The other thing that has taken place is we had a fairly successful 2020 as far as what we were able to do to our general fund, and trying to think outside the box and trying to weigh which different directions to go. I had given some thought to if there was dollars out of those funds that we were able to generate from operating last year that could go towards this project. And I know it's probably too early to know what we're going to receive from the federal government under this last plan that's been put out. I know cities and counties are going to get some dollars. Some of that's to go to recoup losses, and we did have a significant loss in our transient guest tax. I guess what I'm saying, in a long, made a short story long, is I would like to see us try to use some of those dollars, and I would like to see us try to, instead of financing $4 million, look if there's not a way we could finance $2 million, and instead of maybe raising the transient guest tax to 8%, you could go to 7.5%, or something like that that would be a little more palatable for the hoteliers, but we could still get to the same result. My calculations were if we went to 7.5% instead of 8%, we generate about $216,000 a year. Depending on whether you funded the $2 million over a 15 or a 10-year period, you'd need $177,000 to $242,000. So we can come pretty close to financing, and that was at a 4%. I don't know where bond rates are right now, so that's just food for thought.
Well, I would note that in the commission information sheet, the staff gave us a projection for 15 and 20 years, but the facility's only going to be good for 10. Turf, the expected life on turf is 10 years, and I think if we extend the debt any longer than 10 years, we're being extremely optimistic about the outcomes. And at 10 years, the additional 1.3% we're talking about will fund.
Commissioner France, could you lean toward your mic a little bit? Sorry.
I thought I was on top of it already. Okay.
Great pauses behind you, but I'm sorry.
You know, at 10 years, the 1.3% change we're talking about will fund anywhere from about a $2.5 to $2.8 million project. And that would kind of dovetail with the Commissioner Hoppe's suggestion that we try to find the balance somewhere else. And it could be carryover. It could be other city programs. We've got sales tax designated for the Parks and Rec updates. We've got special alcohol tax. There might be a number of other places that we could beg, borrow, and steal. We could raise property taxes to make up the difference. And I think all those are things that need to come into play. But unless somebody can show me some independent verification that we really expect this stuff to last 15 years, I'm going to be resistant to extending the debt for that period of time. That would help if we could. That gets us very close to $4 million, and we could then roll the rate back. But I don't want to put a future commission in a position at 10 years that have to say, oh, man, too bad, it's bad, we've got to replace it now, and we're still paying on the old debt.
And that current plan did not include the money for turf replacement, did it? I don't, the turf replacement money was coming from someplace else?
If you're referring to Dean Evans, the initial turf is funded by Salina Baseball Enterprises. We did try to set aside an annual allocation to create a maintenance and replacement fund. And the agreement provided for the city's contribution annually coming out of the parks funding that we have.
Which is how much?
$50,000 a year.
Yeah, and it's going to take about $350 to replace all the turf in 10 years.
And then there was also discussion about a ongoing committee to set fees. And so as we identified the replacement schedule, replacement cost, the remainder is supposed to be covered by the fee schedule.
Okay.
But that's just with respect to Dean Evans.
Just that, so we'd have to multiply that by, what, 5?
Well, if you're talking about...
Yeah. I think for the entire project, the annual turf replacement ran about $300,000 or $350,000. That would be the amount that would be set aside each year for 10 years. If you extend it to 15, of course, you're in a better position. But personally, I need to be confident that this stuff's going to last for 15 years.
But, I'm sorry, go ahead, Commissioner.
Well, I would just, it's my recollection, there's a lot more to the scope of this investment than just the turf. We've got additions to the stadium, possibly other stadiums to build and infrastructure to go along with it, bathrooms. I would think certainly those are going to have a lifespan of 15, 20 years.
As best I can remember from the estimates that I saw, and these were early estimates, so I don't know if they've changed, but the turf accounted for about $5.8 million of the $8 million investment, so it is the bulk of the project.
So, and my understanding of prior governing body conversations was that you wanted it on your agenda to get this ball rolling.
Yes.
And regardless of what it might actually generate, recognizing that we're going to have to go through the recovery, and it may not fund the original plan, but something was better than nothing, and you wanted to start sooner rather than later.
It would probably not at the outset, but I do think we need to get the ball rolling. I'm just saying I'm not trying to be obstinate about this, but I do want to make it very clear that there are some very tough issues we're going to have to hoe through to get to this point. It's not, we can't print money in the basement of City Hall. It has to come from somewhere, and that's typically another program or extra money we might get for the COVID reimbursements or extra fund balance we carried over, or other programs or other tax increases. And none of those things are very easy to do, because I would bet of the extra carryover we have from last year, all of us have a list of things. And my guess is we've spent all of that, at least mentally. We could all have places to put that. And this is, one more competing factor. And I'm not opposed to including that. I just, this sounds like a discussion for the strategic planning session, actually.
Question for staff. According to the timeline, the new transient guest tax would go into effect October 1. if we pass this ordinance at, say, 8%, do we have the ability by October 1st to reduce that to a different amount if we come up with other funding sources?
Yes, you do. So the charter ordinance actually just sets the maximum rate that you can raise it to. There will be another action that actually sets the actual rate before that goes into place.
So we can go down, but we can't go up.
That's correct.
Okay.
Mayor, if I may, one other timing consideration might be helpful. The
Yes, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, okay. The situation, as Mr. Wood mentioned, the effective date has to fall on the beginning of a quarter, thus the October 1 date. The ordinance that actually levies the tax, not this charter ordinance, but the ordinance that would come after, levying the tax, has to arrive at the Department of Revenue at least 30 days prior to the effective date of the tax. So that's what prompts the working back. Regardless of what quarter we would be dealing with, we'd be looking backwards at least 30 days, knowing that we had to consider on first and second reading the ordinance actually levying the tax prior to that 30-day window in which the Department of Revenue must have notice of the change.
So basically September 1st.
Yeah, obviously they
Yeah, it would have to be to them by September 1st, so we would have to make that decision in July or August.
Well, if the kernel of the idea is to amend down to 7.5, I'd just go on the record and say, I'm comfortable with that idea.
I'm comfortable with passing it at 8, knowing that there's the opportunity to hopefully backfill that a little bit and to maybe take some of the burden off of the transient guest tax. Again, and I know that number starts looking large, but if you go from 8% to 7.5 on the transient guest tax, you're 50 cents on a $100 room. So it looks, what we're doing wouldn't be significant. I think it would be trying to make the right statement. I don't know if we get there or not, but.
And it certainly gives us a chance to watch what happens and to make some of these other decisions moving forward. I'm just, I guess one of my initial concerns was the length of lead time it takes to make this effective before, the new transient guest tax would go into effect October 1st. The first money received on that is now in 2022. So it's looking 9 months down the road before we start seeing any cash flow from this. And at that point, we can start making decisions about when we can initiate the project, when we think that cash flow is sufficient to support the debt. And, maybe we do that in 2 tranches. Maybe we do it in $2 million tranches based on production of the tax. I don't know. But I think it's important to get the process started, despite my earlier negativity.
How much pressure would we put on ourselves to find alternate sources of income if we know we have this in our back pocket? Because I don't know what it's going to be, but I guarantee you there are going to be 5 other things coming up between now and then for immediate needs for money. And I just hate taking the pressure off because no one's going to be lobbying hard to get that reduced from 8 to back to 6.75 or 6.7. I know, in small amounts, it doesn't seem like a lot, but like you go to New York City, okay, whatever the hotel is advertised, add a third, because that's what the taxes are.
Yeah.
But
personally, I would rather see it at 6.5 or 7.5 or 7.7 as opposed to 8%, simply because that keeps us a little further from the top rates in the state. It still leaves us in that middle range somewhere, which is a decent place to be.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. Once the questions and the comments are concluded, I just had a couple of questions myself. I share Commissioner France's concern that we're looking at 15 and 20-year debt cycles for a product that, at least from what I recall, had the maximum lifespan of 10 years. So to me, that one of the big concerns is going to be, if we're issuing debt, can we get it paid off in 10 years? And then the second thing was, I know that we had kind of talked around this earlier, but what exactly do we need to be putting back annually to replace the turf fields? Commissioner France mentioned a $350,000 annual commitment that we needed to be putting back. I may have misunderstood that, but I think that's been brought to us in the past. And I just wonder if any staff has information about what we're going to need to be putting into our sinking fund for turf replacement.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but I don't know that I have any new information other than the provisions that we made in the agreement in terms of that initial investment on our part and the part of Salina Baseball Enterprises, and then an annual allocation. I do know that some decisions were made about the turf itself and what turf was installed at Dean Evans, and I think it's a higher quality turf, which may carry with it a higher replacement cost. And there are also additional sections purchased in anticipation of needing to replace the baselines and batter's boxes in certain high wear areas. So we are having conversations about needing to monitor, kind of the life of those replacements, the life of the turf overall. And there was, as part of the agreement and as part of those discussions, a recognition that once we can reach a conclusion about the anticipated life, the anticipated replacement costs, back out the funding that's committed, then the intent was to look at rental fees to create an annual income to create a sinking fund. But I don't have any more details on those numbers.
If I might add, I penciled these down in preparation, but the original turf cost for the full project, for all diamonds, et cetera, was projected out at $6,580,000. That goes to Commissioner Ryan's question. Replacement in 10 years or replacement whenever is estimated at 60% of that, which is $3,948,000. Now, again, that's a projection. Who knows? But to achieve that number in 10 years, we would have to set aside $344,000 per year.
Okay.
So I don't know if that answers your questions. Okay. Yeah.
Thanks for the math. I appreciate it. Because like it or not, I think that that's one of the things that I'd like to have nailed down before we, before this were to go into effect. And that's all I have. Are there any other questions or comments from the commission?
I just have one, Commissioner David. I don't know if there's anyone here from the city or the hotel business who would know the answer. But when a guest checks out, are the city and state taxes listed on a separate line from the transient guest tax? I'm seeing a lot of heads going up and down. All right, so our transient guest tax amount would be rivaling the total amount charged by the city and the state and the county then. It's just, at least for me, it's a kind of a psychological impact of, whoa, what's this tax for? Now, if I'm in Orlando and they say, okay, 8%, so you can have all of the stuff that you get in Orlando, I guess I would say it. And our reason for doing it wouldn't be any less justified than Orlando's, but I don't know what type of effect that has on folks when they see the bill and make a decision coming back the second time.
I would just say, excuse me, Mayor, go ahead.
No, the only thing I was going to ask is that maybe if we have a hotelier or Visit Salina staff, and I don't mean to put you on the spot, I say as I put you on the spot, but for an individual room, like as Commissioner Davis mentioned, a night or 2 nights stay is one thing, but when you're looking at the convention business and you've got an organization reserving blocks and blocks of rooms, I was kind of curious about any perceived impact that it's going to make it more difficult for us to get in convention business.
I don't know that you put the question to me, but I know that has been an expressed concern, in previous conversations. Beyond that, I can't speak for CVB or the hoteliers, but that has been something that's been expressed previously.
Okay. Thank you, and I'm sorry, Commissioner France, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, that's okay. I was just going to say that from my standpoint, I'm supportive of getting this ball rolling at this point, and I recognize Mr. Brown's concern. There's a lot of uncertainty still, but in 6 months, I think we're all hoping that those will resolve as COVID becomes hopefully more of a controlled issue, and that we start seeing travel and tourism improve again. And I just hate to wait until we see all that happening and then we start this process, and it's another year before we actually see anything that we can respond to as a result. So I would support going ahead with this at this point and just starting the ball rolling.
If there's nothing further from the commission, I'd like to open it up for public comments. And I did want to make a note that we did receive an email from Monica Balthazar, who's the general manager of the Hampton Inn, and staff should have placed copies at each member's or each commissioner's place in case you didn't see the email. She'd requested that that we read the email, but that's not something that we typically do. So if Ms. Balthazar is present, I would like to invite her to the podium to speak.
Good afternoon, Commission and City Manager. I am Monica Balthazar. I'm a 36-year member, a resident of Salina, and I'm a 6-year General Manager of the Hampton Inn. I'm also a member of the Convention and Tourism Committee and the Hotel Representative for your CARM Committee, and I am also a member of the Chamber Ag Committee, as well as an organizational leader and the Willing Workers 4-H Club. The Hampton Inn of Salina is a 3-year award-winning hotel. We are ranked in the top 7% of all Hilton hotels worldwide. Not just Hampton Inns, all Hilton branded hotels. I am personally very disappointed to hear that I read in the meeting packet that you guys didn't want to notify the hoteliers of your discussion today to increase our guest tax. So the city staff could have easily sent us each a letter to tell us that you guys were discussing this. I personally delivered letters to each hotel on Friday myself, so they have been notified, to answer your question from earlier. As you're aware, you guys just increased our sales tax rate by 0.5%, and also increasing our guest tax rate would be a 9.35% of total taxes increased over a 6-month period for us. Salina would then be the 3rd highest tax rate in the nation, not just in the state, but in the nation. The only other higher ones are California and New York City. So that's absurd and definitely goes against the goal that all of us have been working so hard towards, and that is to bring more visitors to Salina. With a tax rate like you are proposing, that will do nothing but drive our visitors to other communities with lower tax rates. Guests literally reroute their trips for lower hotel rooms. We feel that you always pick on the transient guest tax because it's the easiest one to pass without citizen input, but we feel you need to find another source of revenue somewhere. We're already down by about 40% in room nights and down by 95% in convention business, and that's not going to return until 2024 fully. It will gradually return with some hybrid options, but to get back to where we were pre-COVID, it's going to take a few years. So I'm informing you that raising our guest tax would be detrimental to the Salina hotel industry and visitor traffic that we are striving hard to maintain. We already sustained more loss than we cared to over the last 12 months. And raising the guest tax would be detrimental to small business owners. So let me just tell you a little bit about the hotel industry and what this pandemic has done to us. Right now, in Salina today, you have hotels closed due to the pandemic. You have hotels that still have entire floors out of order due to low occupancy. You also have staff members who have worked through the entire pandemic without a raise or hazard pay for over a year now. There are tenured employees not qualifying for vacation time due to their average hours being cut due to the low occupancy. I'm talking employees that have been with companies for 5, 6, 7 years. Not to mention there are salaried managers who are working on 25% wage cut with more hours and more responsibilities. There are families struggling to make ends meet. And that's just a little bit of how this has affected our industry. But also the open positions that we do have, we can't even fill those positions because the government is literally enabling citizens to not want to work due to them making more on unemployment sitting at home. So once again, I proposed last time that we had this discussion, but I propose that we implement an entertainment, and recreation tax on all entertainment and recreation venues that would funnel back to the city of Salina as additional revenue. If implemented, this tax would be charged at all concerts, sporting events, festivals, and shows, on all ticket sales or entry fees. By implementing this tax, it would be another way for the city to generate more revenue to help sustain all of their spending they have planned in the future. And as Stanley Weiler says, since he was unable to be here with us today, it's like kicking a dog after he's been wounded, after our revenue has been down 50% for the last 12 months. If you have any questions, please let me know. Thank you for your time.
Could you just tell me the name of that proposed tax again? I just wasn't writing fast
It's
enough.
the entertainment and recreation tax.
I'm not sure, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think there are some cities in the state who levy a similar tax to that. Is that correct? Mr. City Attorney, do you know? In a coded sort of way, I'm asking you if that's even possible for us to do.
I would have to look to be sure, Commissioner. As I expect you're aware, there has been changes in state law that has certainly limited the city's ability, or city's ability in general, to independently levy taxes of various natures. Some of those have been, that were in existence, have been in effect grandfathered, but there are rather stringent rules that apply to any individual city's latitude in that regard. It would just have to take a review of those applicable statutes.
Are there any other comments or questions from the public?
One more.
Thanks.
Norman Adams, Salina. No taxation without representation. The key word here is transient. They are the ones that are paying this tax, yet they will not benefit from this tax any way whatsoever. We come down the interstate or we come down the highway, we get off the highway, we stop at the motel, we pay our fee for the room. We stay the night, we get up the next morning and we continue on down the highway. How is this benefiting the transit people? It isn't. You're stealing from these people. You're forcing the motel owner to take money from these people who will not benefit from it. They used to deal with them kind of people years ago. You're misusing this money for other than what it was intended for. We pay gasoline tax to repair our roads. We pay taxes to support our farm economy. So if you're using this money, I think that you're violating the law. You're abusing your power. And if you're going to do this, it should be put to the vote of the people. For 5 people to make this decision that affects 5 people, 50 people, 500 people, that's not a fair representation of the people. So this tax is wrong. You keep taxing the people, pretty soon, we're going to be taxed out of business ourselves. Transit tax is not right.
Thank you, Mr. Mantle. And just to be clear, because we're proposing making a change to the charter ordinance, this would be subject to a citizen protest petition that would force it to a general election vote. So there is, obviously subject to a successful protest petition, there would be an opportunity for the public at large to weigh in on that.
But the transit, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead, Mr. Mantle.
The transit people will not have a voice in this, and yet they're the one that's paying the tax.
Gotcha, I got your point now. Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? Or anyone online, and if you are available, or if you are online, you can raise your Zoom hand or turn on your camera and wave your actual hand. Mr. Farber, go ahead.
Thank you, Chad Farber again. And to reiterate the fact that Ms. Baltazar just said, I'm taking a trip this summer, and I've already tried to map out. I'm old school. I used to use AAA, the old map out your way type deal. And one of the things that I looked for was a good rate on a hotel room. And there are certain cities around the area, not just our area, but nationwide, where the cost is higher. And so I made a choice to drive an extra hour on my trip to stay in a hotel with a lower rate just to fit my budget. And I appreciate what the commissioners have said already. It's, the 5%, or it was 50 cents on a $100 room or what have you. But if our rooms are not being filled, we're still losing money even though we increased our rate. And you guys are in a tough position, you have to fund things, but you also have to balance that issue between funding and hurting our local economy. And I think that's, again, what I mentioned a little bit earlier. Our economy is already struggling, as Ms. Baltasar alluded to in detail. I don't know that this is the right time or the right place. If there are other areas to look, that would be a good idea as well. But again, I think all of us are on the same page. We want Salina to be better. We want to better Salina, and I don't have the answer. I don't know where we would get those funds from, but just to her point, yes, people will skip Salina and go stay in another city if the rates are higher due to that line item that Mr. Davis, or Commissioner Davis mentioned a moment ago, and word gets around. With regards to that, where are the transient tax rates statewide? Do we have an answer for that, and where that would put us?
I'm glad you asked that. We're currently ranked 16 out of the 28 cities in the state that are greater than 12,000 population. If we made this change in full to 8%, we would still be ranked number 9. There are quite a number of cities. 8% is the most common rate used statewide. So it does put us higher in comparison, but it's still very much within the range within the state. If we went to, instead of 8%, 7.7 or something like that, then of course we would rank much higher, and it would still be very much in the mid-range of rates charged around the state.
And that's just a question I had.
Sure.
And I know motel rates or hotel rates vary from city to city.
Yeah.
With our rates and with that transient rate and with our sales tax, are we way above or way below? Again, that would be.
I'm glad you asked, because I've done that too, and we are also ranked about 16th in the state among those 28 cities that are larger. So again, we're very much in the mid-range.
Even with the increase?
Even with the increase.
Okay.
And I believe, I could be wrong, but when they quote you a rate, they're not quoting you your total rate with taxes and transient guest tax. So if you're just going somewhere because they have a lower room rate, you have no clue right now what their transient guest tax is.
Find that out on the back end.
Yep.
Correct.
So, good luck.
Glad I could get some information out there for you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Farber. And I would like to reiterate that staff did a really good job of preparing the staff report, and it does have tables with precisely that information in showing where we would rank, with any kind of an adjustment to the transient guest tax. Anyone else? And if not, I will bring it back to the commission for further discussion or action.
If I could ask one question of staff, would it be possible, instead of scheduling second reading next week, is to allow 2 weeks so as to provide some additional notice for the hoteliers to have conversations about this?
Well, if that's the reason which I was going to ask, I would really wonder whether we should even delay our first action. I mean, I'd like to hear from the hoteliers, and I'd really kind of like to see what our Chamber of Commerce finally decides.
My preference would be to do the first reading and then just delay the second reading. That's one of the reasons for a second reading, is to give the public additional opportunity to comment. And I think it would be reasonable to extend that an additional week.
I'm just trying to think of the times that we've not approved something on second reading.
Yeah.
There is that, and I think that you both make a good case to take a little bit extra time with this, and I'd love to hear from Commissioner Hoppick and Commissioner Ryan what your thoughts are on going ahead and holding a first reading today, and then delaying the second reading for a couple weeks.
Yeah. Do we need that to be part of our motion to delay the second reading for 2 weeks? Because usually we do it the next meeting. I'm looking to legal counsel.
It's always just been a practice more than a policy, as far as I know. But
Yeah,
go ahead.
I assume if that's the wish of the collective wish, it would be good to
Make
address
that part of the motion.
Yeah.
And I think that would be good. And again, I asked the question earlier because even though the staff did not notify the hoteliers, I believe they were all notified. And again, not with any too much timing, but I think an extra week would not be a bad idea.
Which would be my reason for tabling this for a week and then taking the first. I've never known us to kill something at the second reading.
So Commissioner Davis, that would be doing the first reading on April 12th and the second reading on potentially, if it passed, the second reading on April 19th, whereas the other option to incorporate a delay would be to address it today on April 5th and then do a second reading if it passes on April 19th. So either way, we're looking at the 19th
as
the
second reading.
I'm a little, and I guess I'm still not sure if the hoteliers were notified through official channels. I mean, we would never do a development agreement without notifying everybody. We would go to great pains to get the list of every homeowner or property owner in that area that would be affected. I don't know whether we gave the hoteliers the same courtesy because this is a tax that affects relatively few people in town.
At the staff level, there was not a formal notice provided to the hoteliers. Typically, the only formal notice that we provide is when it's required as a planning and zoning requirement statutorily. So a development agreement, that isn't necessarily the case, but a rezoning.
Rezoning is probably what I should have said,
Right,
yeah.
and then that's within a footage perimeter of the subject property. But, so two things, I guess. You've also mentioned wanting feedback from the chamber. I don't want to speak for the chamber, but looks like their next meeting is the 28th of this month. So I don't know whether they'd be able to provide
I do not want to delay it that long.
I agree.
Once we pass this, we're not bound to that 8% level. We could still do something else. So,
But we're executing a tax that affects 50 people in town. And I think we should at least have invited 50 people or let them know formally we were going to discuss this today. It may not change the ultimate action, it's just,
Commissioner Davis, if we end up on the 19th in both cases, it's immaterial to me how we get there.
I'm the same way. That's,
So if you want to delay first reading adoption to next week and then second reading the week after, if it passes next week, then I'm fine with that.
thank you.
Okay.
So I should make a motion to table this to next week. What is it? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Mayor, if I may,
Yes, please.
Mayor, if I may, Greg Bankston, legal counsel, just that technical point that is understandably just that. Tabling is generally when you set it aside to bring it back during the same meeting. I think we are wanting to postpone to a specific date.
Thank you.
It's option 3 on the blue sheet, I believe.
Correct.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I didn't know that until just now either.
Okay. Mayor, I move we postpone consideration of the proposed application to a specified date, well, to April 12th, 2021. And to provide notice to hoteliers, that's fancy legalese or not, but that the issue will be.
I understand your point.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, thank you.
We have a motion and a second to postpone consideration of Charter Ordinance number 40 to Monday, April 12th, and provide staff direction to contact hoteliers and to notify them. And any further discussion? And if not, we will have a roll call.
Commissioner Davis.
Aye.
Commissioner Franz.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoppick.
aye.
Commissioner Ryan.
Aye.
Mayor Hodges.
Aye, and that motion passes 5-0, so we will take this up again on a week from today. Thank you. That brings us to item 7.3.
Item 7.3, authorize city manager to execute an application with the Kansas Department of Transportation for the Broadway Boulevard Median and Bicycle Lanes project.
All right, Mr. Stack.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Commissioners. I am presenting today just a project we've worked on before, had some study sessions over the years. And Marty Schukert, who you heard earlier today, helped us with a kind of a planning approach to that corridor a few years ago, and we were never really able to get it to go anywhere. It was pretty expensive, and just there was a lot to it. And so we've tabled it somewhat over the last few years, and I've tried to bring it back to you. Maybe we're thinking about it this year, actually, because the medians are definitely an eyesore out there, have been for quite a while. And we felt like that we're going to try to do something with those this year. Well, at the same time about that, as it seems like KDOT has now requested proposals from the different counties in the state for a cost share program. They do that typically spring and the fall each year. The last few years, they've awarded some projects to trying to spread the money around throughout the state to help communities and cities and counties and big towns, small towns complete projects at some shareable fund approach that they can be a partner with each community. So we felt like that was this is a possibility for that, I guess. This is a this cost share proposal for this year or for this spring is based a little bit on a county who's had a decline or lost some employment due to COVID. So we are Saline County is one of those counties who will get extra consideration due to the fact that we have had some reduction in or some increase in unemployment due to COVID. So we felt like this is a really good time to apply for something. It was the application or the invite to propose came out at the beginning of March, and it was a fairly short time frame to turn around and try to get something in the hopper to propose on. So staff has met a few times to discuss what do we have that's been kind of in the radar, or something we have at least a preliminary plan for, or preliminary some preliminary ideas on. And well, Broadway came up quite a bit, and so that's why we felt like Broadway corridor would be an option to maybe propose. So the application is actually due this Friday, and we are proposing the project to remove the medians and replace them with a brick median similar to the downtown streetscape project, and the median brick. I should say non-median, no raised medians, a flush median is what I should say, to minimize and to eliminate most of all the conflicts in that corridor for turning and access that's been a problem there for years. The RDG, Marty Schukert planning study, we're trying to follow that same plan. We will plan to maintain medians at the intersections, which would be Crawford, Republic, and South Street, as well as and State Street as well. Similar to where we would anywhere else in town, like any streets that we have intersections with turn lanes, we try to maintain the medians if we can. So in that case, we would do that, but everywhere else we would remove the medians and replace them with a much nicer flush median. We could, there's enough room out there to add bike lanes. So we felt like that's something was part of the study that we could do with some restriping and adding the bike lanes. Beautifying the corridor basically from curb to curb. So that is our approach, our proposal, $1.8 million approximately for that, which would require a $190,000 match from City of Salina at a 90-10 split. So we are, that's our proposal. And I guess we have in the package, you'll see kind of our city staff got some, just some aerial maps of kind of what we're proposing. So hopefully we can go through that a little bit more in detail if you'd like, or I can just answer questions.
Any questions for Mr. Stack, or any further details that the commission would like to hear?
I just have one question, Commissioner David. Do the bike lanes merge into the sidewalk to get across the Broadway Bridge? Or do they go off to Ash? I mean, what happens to them when they get to Ash Street?
Well, that's a good question. Ash is actually our proposed, Ash right now actually is a bike route in certain portions along Ash. So we feel like it goes over all the way to College Street now, Ash, from basically Oakdale to College. And so we would propose extending the bike route or the bike lanes, bike sharrows, whatever we need to do on Ash Street to Broadway. And then so a person is biking on Broadway would just then turn at Ash and go to the east in that case. We don't have bike lanes over the bridge, and you could, there is a sidewalk though across the bridge, so you could get onto that sidewalk. That would work, but at this point we were just trying to hook it up with an existing bike route in town, which was at Ash and at Republic actually as well. Republic and Ash are two of our east-west routes in town that are mostly marked now.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
I presume we would maintain 4 traffic lanes throughout the project area, so that would stay the same. The median or the flush median, the new flush median, might be a little narrower, and each of the traffic lanes is going to be just a little bit narrower to make room for the bike lanes. And there'll be a bike lane on each side.
That's correct. Okay. It's interesting. That corridor is really wide. Actually has about an 18-foot median now. So the 18-foot median is kind of hard to construct with a flush median without doing some reconfiguration to the lanes or moving some curbs, because it's just really, 18 foot is really wide. A normal traffic lane is 12 foot. We have 11s in town quite a bit, but a 12-foot lane is pretty normal. So an 18-foot wide median is just is large, and so it makes it hard to just remove all the medians and make it a traffic lane because it would be too wide. So the idea was then, well, you would utilize some of that area, the 6 foot of that area, as well as some of the wider lanes that we have to make the bike lanes. And then, yes, we'd have 11-foot lanes in each, 4 lanes in each direction, or 2 lanes in each direction, 4 lanes total, with the middle turn lane, with the bike lanes on the outside. So there's enough room in that corridor for that. However, once you get north of Walnut, the right-of-way narrows. So when you're on Broadway, you'll notice you're cruising along from Republic all the way to Walnut, and Walnut, it starts to get narrow. There's a transition. The median gets really small there, actually. So that area is an older, not exactly sure, I'm not sure how the highway process worked back then, but they didn't either get as much right-of-way or it wasn't platted. I'm not exactly sure. Dean has a little more history on that, but the bottom line is we don't have as much right-of-way there, so that would actually go to a 3-lane section only, not 2 lanes in each way, but just a 3-lane section. And that would be also that area. We reduce a lot of our traffic in that area anyway. It seems like there's many cars at Crawford, and it just continues to decline as you go north. So we feel like that, and Marty Schukert's group felt like at that point we could go down to 3 lanes, no problem with the bike lanes or I guess sharrows at that point. Now I'm trying to remember if we show. We'll have to look at that a little bit more though, because I'm not sure if we can get 4 lanes in there with sharrows or 3 lanes with bike lanes. So that is something that RDG helped us with, but I don't exactly remember what they showed on that.
Mr. Stack, what happens if we're not awarded the full amount? What are we funding?
That's a good question, because there's $25 million for this program across the state, and they do try to spread it around quite a bit. So that was one of the reasons we tried to maybe limit our request to, $1.8 million is still a lot of money. So, but this doesn't include, some sidewalks and driveways and some of the other things that would be nice to put in that corridor. We're just kind of focusing on the medians at this point. So we could ask for quite a bit more. Felt like this is a fairly hefty ask, but if they do drop it back to whatever, we feel like this is a worthwhile project, and we can see what they give us, and then come back to you with, do we want to accept it? Do we want to go forward with it and supplement with either more city funds or reduce the scope, reduce the limits?
So if they come back with $1.2 million instead of $1.7 million, then you're going to need to come back to us to see what we're willing to do.
I would think so. Yeah.
Correct.
I would think so too.
Yes.
I just,
The answer is yes, Mr. Stack.
If for what it's worth,
for sure.
if you look at that Broadway corridor south to north, we've made incremental improvements working our way through the corridor. So, and my first reaction is if we get less than full funding, we are going back, looking at the scope and trying to strategically make the improvements that they will fund.
or do a smaller portion or
Correct.
whatever. But, okay.
Selected medians or a segment that makes the most sense.
Well, that street certainly needs some help at this point.
Yeah, and I think Dan mentioned it, but I recall the sticker shock that we all collectively had with the Broadway plan. It was an $8 million plan, and so we saw this grant as an opportunity possibly to make a maximum impact. The medians certainly contribute to the aesthetics, and I don't think Dan mentioned, he might have mentioned it in his report, but one of the things we've done in the intervening time from that study is to verify the subgrade so that we had a sense of we could do this work with having to do massive reconstruction at a greater expense.
Yes, thank you, Mike. That is something that, with the original RDG and Marty Schukert study, was an $8 to $10 million project. Well, that was assuming we remove the road and replace it, just basically like we did downtown. So it was a massive project. Well, this was built to highway standards years ago with, it was a US 81 bypass in town. So it's a solid road. It's got very good subgrade, very good, a lot of concrete below it, a lot of asphalt below it, depending on where it's at. But either way, it's a very solid road. We cored it, and there's no reason to try to remove it all and put something back in a similar location. We're just going to use what's there, and then basically, just deal with the medians. That's really the bottom line at this point.
Any other questions for Mr. Stack? If not, I have a couple. The first is, I know you've worked in the past with the bicycle advocacy group. Have we gotten any feedback from them in terms of the bicycle path and traffic ways, and have we gotten any input from them?
Some, they were part of the committee when we did the study on Broadway, as well as we had a meeting just this morning, tried to call a meeting with them fairly short order to at least get an idea from them on what concerns or interests they'd have in that corridor. So we did hear from a few that said, yeah, it's, the more, bike lanes that you can add, if that helps you, especially seems like with KDOT cost share and transportation alternative programs, trails, bike lanes, bike sharing, what alternative approaches to transportation seem to help get funds. And so felt like this corridor, meaning it's a large corridor. It's really too wide. It's not necessary to have, massive amount of asphalt and concrete out there. And so if you can share the space and make it safe and the right widths, and then the bike lanes can work. So, but there is a little bit of concern. Yeah, do people want to ride bikes on, a 4-lane arterial road? So that's a little bit of a concern at this point. But at the time that we went through the study, RDG thought that was the best approach. And if we've also probably considered reducing the speed limit here and just making sure that we make it as safe as we can with the design. So we've talked with, I guess during the process of the actual planning, we had the most input from the bike group. We didn't have a lot of input this morning other than with OCCK and USD 305. But Phil Black and lots of our bicycle group are very supportive of bike lanes, and actually they ride them, a lot of them ride anywhere, so they're fine with it. But we will probably try to get a support letter from Phil or somebody on the bike group by this Friday as well. We've got some letters from North Salina Community, the North Salina Community Group, some of the Sunset Plaza group there, just kind of letters of support always help with applications. So that was our hope, was to get one from the bike group as well.
Awesome. I'm glad to hear that you've reached out to them and to OCCK and USD 305. And I just, as plans develop, I just hope you, keep them in the conversation, because I don't ride a bike, so I have no idea the kinds of challenges that a bicyclist has navigating a street like Broadway, and what would make it the most usable for them within the parameters that we have. I did have a question in terms of having the flush medians with the brick surfacing. Is that something that can bear the weight of the heavier traffic that we would get on Broadway as opposed to downtown? I'm assuming that there would be more commercial vehicles traveling at a higher rate of speed, at least going down Broadway, than we would have downtown. Is that an issue?
No, not an issue. Bricks are a pretty solid surface as long as we put a good base underneath them. So yeah, we would just have to make sure it's designed accordingly. There are different kind of bricks out there that are smoother, or thicker, or higher compression. So yeah, we just have to make sure we factor that into the design and factor that into the loading and the amount of traffic that would be on that area.
Okay, great. And then my final thing is, it's a request.
Okay.
We do our best to limit our landscaping commitment. I mean, I don't know if we're still down 8 or 10 parks people, but
right.
We saw last summer, when we eliminated the part-time positions. I know we're not going to do that again this summer, but park staff is overwhelmed. And the landscaping stuff always looks beautiful in the renderings, but then when we try to fit it in with our existing plan, I just would urge us to try to get something that takes the least amount of maintenance, the most amount of hardscape, the least amount of maintenance. But that's my own, just my own personal request. The other commissioners may feel very differently, that it's necessary to have some landscaping to soften and to soften that landscape and to take up some visual room there too. But at any rate.
Yes, thank you. That's a good point and something that we'll have to consider with our Parks Department and property owners through the corridor. It is a little bit of a joint effort. You know, with the downtown streetscape project, that's been quite a landscaping. It's neat and it's very nice, but it's a challenge to maintain as well. And so a partnership with SDI is something that's kind of been key to help us with that downtown and volunteers as well. So with the Broadway corridor, it'll be a little bit different. We'll just have to work through that process as well, and definitely take your comments, because it's, engineers for easy, we just concrete and asphalt the whole thing. Well, you see what that looks like, so we don't maybe want to do that. So we'll have to get some kind of a balance before maybe some landscaping and some bricks and some prettiness, but not a lush corridor that requires a lot of maintenance and a lot of water and that kind of thing. So it's a balancing act, and it'll be a process to go through. So we'll keep you in the loop on that, and hopefully end up with something we can all work with.
Thank you very much. And the way the medians look now, there's absolutely no way that they aren't going to look 1,000% better. Yeah. Thank you very much. Are there any other questions from the commission? And if not, are there any questions or comments from the public?
Doesn't look like it, not here.
All righty.
There's nobody.
And I don't think I see anybody on the virtual, so I'll bring it back to the commission for further discussion or action.
Mayor Hodges, I move we authorize the city manager to execute an application with the Kansas Department of Transportation for the Broadway Boulevard Median and Bicycle Lane project in the amount of $190,000 City of Salina funds and $1,710,000 cost share program funds from the state.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Could we have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Davis.
Aye.
Commissioner Franz.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoppeck.
Aye.
Commissioner Ryan.
Aye.
Mayor Hodges.
Aye. That motion passes 5-0, which brings us to item 7.4.
Item 7.4, resolution number 21-7948, amending the City of Salina classified pay plan to add a new classification to the executive senior staff schedules.
All right. I don't know if this goes to Mr. Scragg or
I think it does.
back to the commission.
Well, yeah, I am going to defer quickly, but I can give you a quick report. Earlier in the year, you suggested that you were open to adding this position to address kind of capacity or add capacity in the city manager's office. And more recently, you more clearly directed that you wanted this on your agenda. So the item that you have before you is a resolution that would create the position of the assistant city manager and place it in the executive pay schedule and pay grade 5. It would be kind of at the highest level with the other department heads and below the deputy city manager position. In the staff report there, I've provided you the pay range beginning at $85,560 and topping out at $136,595. In the fiscal note, we did try to anticipate the additional costs above and beyond base salary, everything from FICA and unemployment and health insurance and those type of expenses. So that pay range then equates to a cost range of about 116 to 176 if they were fully topped out. With respect to how to pay for that, we obviously didn't budget for that in the 2021 budget year. We were early in the fiscal year, but we are seeing some savings in various locations. If you choose to go forward, we'll just have to be mindful of for the 2021 year budgeting to that number or managing to that number, and then we certainly have to factor that in budgets going forward. So with that, the resolution that you have before you is the action that's necessary pursuant to the personnel policy for you to authorize the addition of the position. And your options are like your standard options. You could approve it, you could amend it, you could postpone, or you could vote to deny. And I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Scragg?
I have no questions, but I just wanted to make a comment that for the general public, this comes from the city commission. This is not a request from the city manager. We have a lot of things continually on our plate, and we believe that this position can help make our city staff more efficient. We can come more proactive than reactive to different things that come before us, whether it's dealing with the housing, baseball enterprises, the tennis deal. We always have something, and we need to be able to divide up some of the department heads among the different executive staff, and we think this is the best way to accomplish that. So,
Very, very well said.
I do have one question, actually, a comment and a question. The question first is why an assistant and not a deputy?
We talked about that a little bit. Very frequently you see one deputy and not multiple deputies, and so trying to maintain that organizational structure. Our conversation was still to divide up oversight of department heads among the deputy and the assistant, and with the expectation that the deputy is probably going to have the heavier load.
Which means the assistant is really functioning as a deputy, because that's one of the distinctions.
Well, part of our thinking is that amongst the departments that would get assigned, there would be a noticeable distinction in responsibility between the deputy and the assistant.
Do you think we will attract candidates other than somebody just out of graduate school?
I'm hopeful. There are quite a few managers and assistants in other cities in Kansas alone. So yeah, I'm optimistic that given everything we've got going on in Salina, that hopefully
we used to have an assistant scheduled there, and that went by the wayside at some point. I'm not sure why. And then we often had an intern in addition to that.
Correct.
So, okay.
Yeah, I've heard about the good old days. I've been here for going on 16 years now, and I think we did have some interns paid, and then we had one industrious person come in and say, "I'm coming to work whether you pay me or not," and they ended up making it into our organization long term.
Well, I guess I want to make it clear, my expectation would be we get somebody with some experience under their belt.
Sure.
Rather than somebody just out of school. Not that somebody just out of school isn't bright and maybe has the educational background, but there's a certain amount of polish that comes with experience, particularly if they're going to be working with department heads who clearly have experience.
Agreed. Hopefully with that pay range and a little bit of latitude to start them based on their experience and what we've got going in our community and the responsibility that'll be afforded to them in that position, I'm hopeful that it will get some good candidates.
Any other questions or comments from the commission?
Nope.
Okay. I guess the only thing I'd like to say is, and I've tried to make this point again and again, you're probably tired of hearing it, but I think sometimes we need to acknowledge in our rush to right size city government, sometimes right sizing isn't sizing down. Sometimes it's sizing up, and it's always a worthy goal to try to become more efficient. But at some point, efficiencies mean that we have unrealistic expectations for staff. They have unrealistic workloads, and I think that this is going to really help us be in the position to achieve more as an organization and as staff and as a governing body. So I would only differ from Commissioner France in that I'd love to see a young person right out of grad school with some bright ideas. So Mr. Scragg, just know whoever you pick, I'm sure they'll be wonderful and a great fit in the organization, and they'll have our support. Are there any questions or comments from the public?
None here.
Great. Then I'll bring it back to the commission for further discussion or action.
Mayor, I move we approve resolution number 21-7948.
Second?
We have a motion and a second to approve resolution number 21-7948. Could we have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Davis,
Aye.
Commissioner Franz,
Aye.
Commissioner Hoppeck,
Aye.
Commissioner Ryan,
Aye.
Mayor Hodges.
Aye. That motion passes 5-0. We don't have any development business. Is there any other business that the commission would like to discuss?
Just, we are still having our strategic planning session tomorrow.
No.
No.
Week
No,
from
week
tomorrow.
from tomorrow.
It's a week from, yeah.
Okay. I'll rearrange my schedule. Thank you. I'm glad I asked.
Well, it would probably be a very effective strategic planning session because you could get all your goals and everything lined out probably a lot more expeditiously. The only thing that I have for other business is I would like to give a shout out to the Salina Police Department because I know they've been, they've recently taken into custody a couple of suspects that were kind of high profile, and it's really nice to know that that they aren't on the streets. And I just want to acknowledge that it took a lot of work to get to that point and to thank them on those apprehensions. And if there's nothing else, then I would accept a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to adjourn. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. We'll see you next week. Thank you.